Chapter 527. In the field, Thales calmed himself down a little. He felt the sin of Hell's river, which had become more active, flow through his body again. Ever since his adventure in the desert ended, he noticed that the sin of Hell's river had become more solid and abundant. Compared to the previous 10 seconds it could now last longer. And after the power of eradication disappeared, the fatigue and soreness it left in his body decreased correspondingly. As expected, Thales thought. Things that can't kill me can make me stronger. Of course, this was not without a price. Ever since he was heavily injured by Nicholas, his left wrist was no longer as nimble as before. This more or less affected his use of the shield. And it would be even better if the sin of Hell's river's temper improved correspondingly when it circulated. Your Grace, I am John Luca Commodore. Commodore was a short and strong man. His skin was tanned, and he had a shy smile. At first glance, he looked like a middle-aged man who was almost 40 years old and had experienced hardships, but was still amiable, optimistic, and strong. Thales noticed that Commodore would subconsciously glance in Mallow's direction from time to time. I used to be a Class 1 police officer in charge of protecting important people in the police station in the inner city. When he faced the Duke of Star Lake, Commodore smiled brilliantly, so much so that it was a little obsequious. I was fortunate enough to pass the test and enter the Royal Guards. Now, I am one of the newly appointed protectors in your personal guards. Police officer. Thales sucked in a deep breath. All right, I'm quite familiar with this. Be it the arrogant green-skinned men in Western District who are in cahoots with Blood Bottle Gang. Or are they some idiots who, once they lose their jobs, will unfortunately have to go back to inherit their titles and properties? But before he could think deeply, the battle in the field had already begun. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a muffled sound rose, and Thales' arm shield clashed with Commodore's blade. Commodore was not as humble as Proca. His attack was fierce and proactive, and it was a stark contrast to the obsequious smile on his face. Thales moved his feet and swung his long sword. He exchanged a few attacks with Commodore in the air. As the metals clashed, the Duke of Star Lake noticed through his hell's senses that Commodore's sword style was standard. It was not as exquisite as Proca's, who could counter his opponent with just a few exchanges of weapons. It was also not as crude as the orcs, who could attack in a wide range and never return. The two of them attacked and defended, advancing and retreating. For a time, they were evenly matched. This surprised Thales quite a bit. But, dang! Once again, Thales used his arm shield to block his opponent's attack. He gritted his teeth and steadied his footsteps. The sin of Hell's river surged forth at full force, and he pushed the man away without showing any sign of weakness. But at that moment, Thales cursed in his heart. He felt that his opponent's sword was as light as a feather and didn't seem to be straining at all. As expected, Commodore nimbly avoided the shield in front of Thales and turned his sword on the shield. In the next second, the sin of Hell's river exploded in his body again, bringing with it an indescribable feeling of fear. But Thales only had enough time to turn around. Dang! Dong! The crisp sound of metal colliding and the dull sound of flesh being blasted rang out. Oh! In the midst of the Royal Guard's locomotion, Thales gritted his teeth and staggered backwards. He knelt down on one knee and supported himself with his shield. The pain and numbness in his shoulder told him the round was over. Commodore, who was a former police officer and was now a protector, smiled foolishly and nodded. He put away his practice sword and did not continue attacking. It's the hilt. Thales panted in pain. He turned his aching shoulder socket and arm desperately and told himself this. At that moment, he used his shield to push away Commodore's sword, but he did not manage to block his opponent's sword hilt. The cross-shaped handguard on his sword followed him like a shadow. He seized the chance when Thales pushed his shield forward and pushed his arm forward to spin at Thales. If Thales had not reacted in time, he might have been hit in the ribs under his arm. Then, he would basically be lying on the ground. But even so, Thales sucked in a deep breath. My shoulder socket. Aw, it's terrible. There were also moves in the Northland military sword style that used the hilt to subdue the enemy, but most of them were used when both parties were in a stalemate and other methods could not work. There were very few people like Commodore, who set up everything just so he could use the hilt. Doyle blew his hair towards the sky and nudged Glover by the side of the training field. Oh, this move of Gene's. I saw it when he bullied the newbies in the defense division. In any case, he is not easy to deal with. Glover snorted softly. The spectators from the Royal Guards discussed softly, and some of them laughed faintly. Mallows, who was watching the fight, turned his head to the side and seemed to be deep in thought. Commodore did not chase after him. Instead, he waited patiently for the Duke to regroup. I am very sorry, Your Grace. He held his long sword in his hand, and his smile did not diminish. But I believe that you do not want me to hold back, do you? Damn it. Thales exhaled and felt the sin of Hell's River surge into his shoulder to relieve the numbness and pain. It was only then that his left arm felt slightly better. Gene fought his way up in the police station. Mallow's voice, which was no longer unfamiliar to him, rose again. He has a lot of experience in the streets and alleys. Strictly speaking, his skills belong to the new trend of practical warfare in the country over the past 100 years. It is especially popular among mercenary knights and nobles who develop new lands. It is known as the new trend. Thales turned his head around. As expected, the watchman had his arms crossed over his chest, and he looked like he was watching a good show. And in the past few decades, the new trend knights have also gained a lot of experience from the wars in the country and abroad, including mercenaries. They only seek to be suitable for the battlefield, to win, and to survive. Because of this, their style is flexible, and they do not stick to traditional methods. Of course, the new trend is also often criticized by other schools of thought. They say that their methods are disorderly, their style is messy, they are short-sighted, and they have no focus. The watchman chuckled softly. Conversely, it is also the hardest to deal with. You never know what surprises are waiting for you. New trend. Thales slowly followed his breath and focused his attention on Commodore again. The man still had that simple and honest smile. Mercenary. As Thales pondered, he suddenly thought of a person. Black Sword. The teenager remembered how he defended, escaped, lured the enemy, searched for an opportunity, and subdued the enemy on the cliff of the sky in Dragon Cloud City. He remembered how he used all sorts of methods to fight against the air mystic and not being at a disadvantage. He also remembered how he carried him. Thales had been trying to find a better transitive verb, in the Sea of Blood and Shield district while he charged towards the multi-headed monster, Kilika. As he thought about it, the sin of Hell's River surged again, as if it was dissatisfied with the humiliation it suffered in this round. Commanding officer, you praise me too much. I am just a... Commodore responded to Mallows with a chuckle. But before he could finish speaking, Thales' attack arrived before him again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales gritted his teeth and attacked with his sword, but it was blocked by Commodore in a practiced manner. Commodore then pressed forward and thrust his sword forward. The teenager knew that Commodore had all sorts of methods up his sleeves. He swung his sword to parry the attack and retreated agilely to prevent himself from being hit again. But in the next moment, his hell senses suddenly shuddered, and an ominous feeling surged into him again. As expected, Thales felt a jolt in his leg. He lost his balance. Damn it! The sin of Hell's River roared. Without thinking, Thales used all his strength to turn around and roll out of the battlefield in a pathetic manner. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Commodore's knee landed heavily on the sand, and it let out a frightening thud. After this round, the royal guards let out a low commotion again. But at least the teenager managed to avoid it. Thales crawled up in shock and looked at Commodore, who had a slightly surprised look in his eyes. Trip me. Thales really wanted to ask whether Commodore had learned how to wrestle, or whether he knew a former watchman who also liked to trip him in close-quarters combat. But Thales took a deep breath and straightened his body. After this round, he understood something. Thales did not recognize Commodore's power of eradication. But he could feel that, with his hell senses, Commodore's power of eradication had already taken form the moment the two of them came into close contact. It gathered in a certain part of his body and was ready to be unleashed. For example, his wrist and sword hilt, his waist, and his footsteps. Coupled with his little tricks, he could instantly unleash his power of eradication and catch his opponent off guard. And it's not just his power of eradication. Thales panted and stared at the opponent in front of him. It's just like what Mallows said, street skills, flexible style, unconventional style, and a mixture of different styles. The sin of Hell's River began to burn again, and it was even more vigorous than before. How should I face such an opponent? Thales took a deep breath and patted the dust off his body. It's not that difficult, is it? At that moment, a figure from many years ago appeared in his memories. That figure raised a golden saber and stretched out his burly body. He treated himself as a weapon. That figure descended from the sky. He was ferocious and unyielding. He ignored his opponent's various tactics and withstood his countless attacks. That figure's expression did not change. He did not hesitate at all. He broke through Ralph's obstructions, countered Waya's killing move, broke Raphael's weapon, knocked away Miranda's attack, and suppressed Cohen, who was fighting with all his might, until he was forced to retreat. He could not fight back at all. In the end, he arrived before Thales. He was like a wild horse that was burning with flames as it charged forward. He charged forward recklessly. He was unyielding and ferocious. He charged forward with an indomitable spirit. He broke through all obstacles. Thales closed his eyes. The sin of Hell's River was self-taught. It followed his thoughts and was about to imitate that figure's power of eradication, but it was suppressed by Thales halfway. No, Thales was not Tolja. He was not the Fire Knight. His opponent's power of eradication might not be as effective against him. He could not afford to use up so much of his energy. And Commodore was not one of the 5 people who were defeated in an instant. But, in the next second, Thales opened his eyes. The sin of Hell's River burned continuously and let out crackling sounds. It was like a faint sneer. Commodore maintained his smile as he watched the Duke charge at him again. The royal guards around them watched as the two figures approached each other again, but they were not very focused. Some of them even yawned. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the two swords clashed. Commodore smiled faintly. He used a twisting sword that had the charm of Praka's defense and counterattack to launch a counterattack. In his hell senses, Commodore's power of eradication was ready to be unleashed. Asterisk thawed. Asterisk Thales' shield blocked Commodore's blade again. This time, Commodore's sword suddenly trembled. Thales immediately felt that the shield was weak and powerless. He also felt the shudder that the sin of Hell's River reminded him of. As expected, Commodore smiled. His long sword cleverly bypassed Thales' shield and went straight for the teenager's sword-wielding hand. But this time, Thales' mind was clear. He suddenly understood a little. How to fight. It was the same as what he had come to understand in the past few years when he was shuttling back and forth in different political whirlpools and struggling to survive in different desperate and dangerous situations. What was important was not power, weapon, tactical skills, or even the power of eradication. It was people. People. His opponent's power of eradication was the same as Commodore himself. He seemed simple and honest, but he was actually sly and smart. He always thought of ingenious countermeasures beforehand, and when the time came, he would follow the prescribed order and reap the fruits of his labor. But the sin of Hell's River surged up and filled Thale's left arm. In the next second, Commodore realized to his surprise that the prince did not dodge or avoid the attack. He used the most disadvantageous position to receive his sword. Thale's face was filled with pain. He could not withstand it, and his long sword fell from his hand. The guards let out soft cries of surprise. Some of the people who had some expectations for the prince shook their heads. All right, this is the same as admitting defeat. Commodore thought in pity. He moved his body to avoid the Duke who had lost his weapon. He still had a lot of close-quarters combat skills, but he could not show them, but forget it. I was going to lose anyway, but Commodore's thoughts stopped at this moment. Because in that second, he saw to his surprise that Thale's shield, which was still attached to a few straps, smoothly slid down. It revealed his left arm, which was already clenched into a fist. And the Duke's gaze. Commodore stared blankly at Thale's face, which showed that he was enduring the pain with great difficulty. Thud. Another dull sound rose. The teenager's left fist struck Commodore's right rib violently. The strength was astonishing. At that moment, Mallows, who was watching the fight, furrowed his eyebrows. Commodore felt half of his body go numb. He could not feel his right arm. Just as he thought that things were not going well, the Duke's face, which was gritting his teeth, grew larger in his field of vision. Thud. Commodore felt pain in his forehead. He saw stars and lost his balance. Thud. Both of them fell to the ground. Two dull sounds were heard. Thale's shield and Commodore's long sword fell to the ground. A few seconds later, everyone snapped out of their daze. Commodore was already lying on the ground. The former police officer was shocked and angry. He struggled to get up, but he realized that at some point of time, Thales was already sitting on top of him. Your Grace. The teenager pressed his left hand against Commodore's neck. His right arm, which had his long sword knocked out, was dragged by his side. It was trembling slightly. The crowd, who had already relaxed, let out stifled cries of surprise again. Mallows was deep in thought by the side of the field. He would occasionally turn his head to say something to a guard beside him. You did very well, Protector John Commodore. Thales panted as he looked at Commodore, who looked ashamed and angry. He revealed a weak smile. But you relaxed in the end, and I had the opportunity to take advantage of it. The exhausted teenager stood up while trembling. He looked at Commodore, who was too ashamed to show his face. A small hint. Don't do this, especially when you are facing orcs. Commodore crawled up in a submissive manner. He did not even dare to look at Mallows. He apologized incoherently and left in a hurry. It was only then that Thales exhaled. The sin of Hell's River was still surging in his blood vessels. Its momentum was like a flood behind a dam. It was waiting to pour down at any moment. But at least Thales stopped attacking. The teenager staggered backwards and turned around. He panted as he picked up the water skin to quell the surging sin of Hell's River. Even though John went easy on me, how should I put this? Doyle narrowed his eyes and looked at Commodore's back, who was too ashamed to face the crowd. In a real battle, John will lose his throat, but our prince will also lose his right hand. Doyle shook his head in resignation. This desperate move, and the method he used against Praka. As expected, our prince came back from the north. However, no. Glover spoke coldly, and his answer was simple. In a real battle, the prince will lose some saliva. Doyle was stunned. What? Saliva? Glover stared at him with a burning gaze. Then, John will be crippled by all of us who will charge at him together. While the crowd discussed among themselves, the two of them were silent for a while. What you said is, Doyle blinked before he nodded awkwardly and continued the conversation. Is it really that real? Glover ignored him and turned his head around. But I still can't tell. Doyle stared at Thales and asked in puzzlement, does he really have the power of eradication? But if he doesn't, how did he do it? Under the crowd's gazes, Thales took a deep breath and put down the water skin. He sensed the emptiness and excitement in his limbs after the sin of Hell's River faded away. He ignored the crowd's discussions and sizing them up. He looked at Mallows, who did not say a word. Is it enough? Have you confirmed my power of eradication? Thales said in annoyance. My dear leader of the personal guards. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mallows. The watchman discussed with the guards beside him before he looked at Thales. I think I have some clues, Your Highness. He narrowed his eyes. But I can't confirm it yet. Thales exhaled. Some clues. Can't confirm it. That means, as expected, Mallows nodded and raised his voice to give an order. Mike. You go. As soon as he said this, the guards exchanged surprised and bewildered gazes. Soon, a man in his 30s walked out from the guards. His face was smooth, his eyebrows were gentle, his clothes were neat, and he was meticulously groomed. Thales sighed again and lamented about how time passed so slowly. Are they going to take turns fighting me? Oh, no, he's no longer calling the people from the Defense Division and the Logistics Division. Doyle's expression changed, and he pointed at Mallows at Glover. This is not a good sign. The man in his 30s came to the center and bowed respectfully. Mike Johnvold, Your Highness. Knight Johnvold, who was known as Mike, might be gentle and elegant, but his accent had a roughness that Thales was familiar with. I officially joined the Royal Guards 9 years ago. Thales nodded in resignation and returned the greeting. Johnvold's words were concise and cautious. By the way, I am left-handed. Johnvold untied the sword he wore on the opposite side of his body and picked up a practice sword from the weapon rack. My attacks will be more violent and unexpected. Be careful. Thales flashed a weak smile and began to dress again. Wait, Johnvold, this family name. Doyle scratched his head by the side. I seem to remember something. Glover, who was beside him, silently replied, Black Johnvold. Black, what? Doyle looked puzzled. Glover did not even look at him. He only said quietly, the executioner family during the Red King's era was once among the 7 Jade Star's attendants. There were more than 3 titled counts who died in their hands. Until the virtuous king was crowned, and during the rebellion trial, they were convicted one by one. They were held accountable for their crimes, and their titles and fiefdoms were taken away. Doyle looked as if he had just come to a realization. Glover was expressionless. But you should know better than I do. Doyle frowned again. Why? Glover slowly turned to Doyle. Because of Black Johnvold and White Doyle. Doyle was slightly stunned. The Red King had 2 attendants, and the widow cried day and night. Glover said coldly, 200 years ago, your family was as famous as them. Danny Doyle blinked. Wow. After a while, Doyle turned his head around in embarrassment and numbness. Is that so? You even know this? While they were still chatting, Thales had already gone up against Johnvold's sword. Just like Commodore, Johnvold did not hold back at all. He took the initiative to attack. But this time, Thales' expression changed the moment his opponent delivered his first attack. Johnvold was different from his previous 2 opponents. Clang! 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 3 sharp sounds rose. Jonvold's expression was calm. The sword in his left hand moved quickly, and he continuously threatened Thales's chest, calf, and arm. After blocking 3 times, Thales was forced to take 3 steps back. He was surprised and strenuously resisted his opponent's attacks. Compared to the older Praka and the short and sturdy Commodore, the knight with the outstanding appearance was expressionless. His attacks were simple and direct, and there were no flourishes. With a familiar feeling, Thales did not even have time to catch his breath. Before he could stabilize his footing, Jonvold's attack arrived again. The sin of Hell's River roared indignantly and surged into Thales's arm, but it could only support him in quickly defending himself. Clang! Jonvold's expression was indifferent, but the long sword in his hand became swifter and swifter. He did not deviate and went straight. The tip of his sword was aimed at the parts that Thales found difficult and unstable during his previous defense, his legs and wrists. He attacked continuously. The worst thing was that Thales rarely fought against enemies who held swords in their left hands. In his opinion, every time Jonvold attacked, the angle of his attack was tricky, unexpected, and difficult for him to defend against. But his attacks were also very forceful, causing him to have a hard time defending himself. He could only retreat continuously to avoid the attack. It was to the extent that Thales almost lost his footing during his 8th defense. He did it while he leaned back in a pathetic manner, and he was close to his limit. Even so, Thales's arm was still grazed an inch by his opponent's blunt sword, which had not been sharpened. It was incredibly painful. But before he could rest, Jonvold's next attack came from the spot where he was grazed. Thales was forced to grit his teeth and activate the sin of Hell's River. Perhaps it was because he was almost driven mad by the repeated setbacks, but he retreated. And every time he took a step back, Jonvold's advantage in his next attack would increase a little, causing Thales's defense to become more and more dangerous. Thales felt the tremors on his shield and sword, as well as the pain and numbness in his muscles. The more he fought, the more fearful he became. He was constantly being attacked, and he did not even have the chance to counterattack. Thales could not help but be reminded of his time in heroic Spirit Palace. The Northlanders' attacks were also as violent and swift as this. They did not give him any chance to catch his breath. Jonvold's attack had clearly shocked the royal guards and the spectators. Many of them pointed at him and discussed about something. Even Mallows nodded repeatedly as he watched. What the heck? By the side, Doyle widened his eyes. There's such an amazing person in our team. Even Glover was rather surprised. Either his opponent is too weak, or he's hiding his strength. When I was in Renaissance Palace, I never heard of such a person in the Vanguard Division. But compared to the spectators who were pleased with themselves and commenting on the fight, Thales was not in a good mood. He gritted his teeth and used his shield to withstand Jonvold's full-powered slash. Then, he activated the sin of Hell's River at all costs and finally launched a counterattack. At least he managed to force Jonvold's attack to slow down. But his opponent only paused for a moment. His face did not turn red, and he did not pant. Then, he attacked again and dragged the fight back to its previous rhythm. Thales was about to go crazy. At that moment, he was like a small boat floating in a stormy sea. He was doing his best to tug on the sails to ensure that the boat would not capsize. But the water at the bottom of the boat was getting deeper. He could not hold on anymore. But his opponent's power of eradication was endless. With Hell's senses, Thales could even see his opponent's skin shining like stars. Your Highness, you should be very familiar with this style, right? Soon, that familiar but very annoying voice rose. When Mallow's voice faded away, Jonvold withdrew his sword and retreated with ease, perhaps because it was related to him, or because he respected his superior. He stopped attacking. Thales finally had a chance to catch his breath. He did not have to defend himself so hard anymore, so he panted heavily. At the same time, he placed his shield and long sword on the ground. The sin of Hell's River seized the opportunity and surged into his body, relieving his soreness and the small injuries he suffered during the battle. Mallows spoke slowly and nodded at flag-bearer Fubby beside him. Although he was born in the Central Territory, Mike had a cruel stepmother. He was sent to a poor relative's house in the Northern Territory when he was young. He was raised by a knight of the Northern Territory. As soon as he finished speaking, many guards cast their gazes at Jonvold. "Sir, you are actually—" Mike Jonvold forced himself to smile. "Don't mention stepmothers." Mallows smiled apologetically. He then looked at Thales and said with a serious expression, "That's right. Since the establishment of Constellation, the martial arts of the Northern Sect have been passed down among the Knights of the Land of Cliffs and the Northern Territory. They have absorbed the experience of fighting against the extensions over the years, and after years of accumulation, they formed their own school." Thales panted in pain and shook his head at Mallows to show that he had heard him. "They have the advantage of the Northland barbarians in seizing the opportunity to attack and advocate suppression, but they also retain the traditional skills of Constellation's knights. They work hard to achieve a balance between offense and defense, and they complement each other. They pay special attention to the transition between offense and defense, as well as their determination during critical moments." There was delight in Mallow's tone. "Hence, the Knights of the Northern Sect in the Kingdom are also known as the Attack and Defense Sect. Their offense is fierce, and their rhythm is fast. Their transitions between offense and defense are smooth. When they fight against them, if they are careless, they will suffer a crushing defeat, and they will lose everything." Northern Sect. Attack and Defense Sect. Their offense is fierce, and their rhythm is fast, attack while defending, and defense while attacking. Thales' breathing became smoother. He raised his head in puzzlement and looked at Jonvold, who was not panting at all and was fighting with ease. Jonvold nodded at him respectfully. As for the typical representative among them, Mallows crossed his arms in a relaxed manner and gave a nickname that made many people fall into deep thought. "I believe that you must have heard of the Kingdom's Wrath." Thales froze for a moment. Kingdom's Wrath. Many years ago, the scene of him breaking out of the broken dragon fortress flashed in his mind. If one was careless when facing an enemy, it was a crushing defeat, a complete loss. The prince took a deep breath. Hee. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He had more than heard of it. But, wait a minute. Thales stared at Jonvold and narrowed his eyes. No, not just the Kingdom's Wrath. He was not the only one. Several different figures appeared in front of him. They were Barney Jr., who was fighting for his life in the dungeon, and Bruley, who had lost the ability to speak and was charging around like a bear. It was them. Knights of the Northern Faction, right? Finally, Thales took a deep breath and stood up. "Let us see, Your Highness." Mallows smiled faintly. "Over the past 6 years, when you faced extension-style martial arts," Mallows' eyes shone brightly, and it shot straight at Thales' sweaty face. "How did he deal with it?" "Stealing fragrance." Chapter 528. The moment the watchman finished speaking, Jonvold attacked at the right time. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales blocked the first horizontal slash. But Jonvold felt that something was not quite right. The prince's gaze seemed to be a little unfocused. At that moment, Thales was thinking about something. Thanks to Mallows' explanation, the teenager understood some things. It was no wonder that he felt a strange sense of familiarity from Jonvold's attack. "I see. This is a battle with Northland style." Thales exhaled. He thought he would never have this feeling. A faint nostalgia for the lessons of being beaten up in heroic Spirit Palace surged in him. In his not-so-long life, but definitely rich combat experience, there were only 3 people who had truly influenced his sword-wielding skills in combat, from the beginning to the end, from the example to the example, and from the example to the example of others. 1 woman and 2 men. One of them was Black Sword. In reality, Thales adjusted his footsteps and used Hell's senses to defend against Jonvold's next slash. But his thoughts seemed to be in another time as the sin of Hell's river surged violently. Black Sword, a mere mortal, faced the mystics, the calamities, as well as inhuman existences like Asda and Giza. He was faced with an almost hopeless battle, but he miraculously struggled out of a path of survival. He even used the strange sword in his hand to forcefully create a chance for victory. Later, when he thought about it, Black Sword's every decision, every choice, and every action he took during the battle showed superhuman qualities and astonishing wisdom. All of them deeply shocked Thales. But the opponents Black Sword faced were too few. He could not be used as an example. However, there was another person who deeply influenced him. Thales strenuously blocked Jonvold's thrust. In the increasingly disadvantageous battle, his muscles groaned in pain. Star Killer. Thales thought quietly. Yes. Sorry, Nicholas, the man who was cursed by Thales thousands of times, could be said to have opened another door for him. Thales witnessed the bloody battle of supreme-class fighters in the land of barren rocks. The Star Killer, this man fought against the equally skilled and dangerous Raven of Death, and perhaps Thales and Yodel as well. He was at a disadvantage from the beginning to the end. He was heavily injured and was in a desperate situation. He was in a disadvantageous position and was close to death a few times. But in the end, the former leader of the White Blade Guards of Escapades still managed to turn defeat into victory. Thales instinctively avoided Jonvold's powerful and heavy slash. He swung the shield in his hand, and with a tremble, he parried Jonvold's attack. This made Jonvold feel slightly displeased. This time, the prince's defense seemed to be effective. It was not as strenuous and awkward as before. But Thales was still thinking. The Star Killer. He did not rely on strength to win. Instead, it was patience, calmness, tenacity, observation, and analysis. In the most disadvantageous battlefield, what Nicholas did was not fight to the death like a cornered beast in a frenzy of despair. On the contrary, he used extraordinary patience and willpower to receive each of Monty's arrows. He tenaciously withstood the pressure of being at an absolute disadvantage, and calmly defended against each of his opponent's attacks, which were certain that he would win. During critical moments, he observed the Raven of Death's unique fighting habits and analyzed the enemy's most likely choice in each situation. In the end, the Star Killer succeeded in one strike and overpowered his opponent. Perhaps, Thales thought absent-mindedly, perhaps Nicholas did not obtain this nickname that shook the entire Western Peninsula and was one of the strongest 5 war generals in Escapades just because he was lucky enough to kill Horus Jadestar. That's right. The Star Killer. Thales suddenly realized that the person who influenced his fighting style the most was the Northlander he hated the most. Thales instinctively raised his shield and attacked. It clashed with Jonvold's blade once, and he suddenly sensed something. He instinctively attacked with his long sword, forcing Jonvold to give up on his attack in surprise. He held his sword horizontally to defend himself. No, that's not all. He didn't just witness that battle. He also, Thales recalled the past. During every outdoor training session, Nicholas would show off his skills without holding anything back. He would proudly bully Thales until he teared up, and Thales could only take the beatings without being able to fight back. The Constellations who were watching by the side gritted their teeth. Saroma could not bear to watch. But every time he faced the Star Killer, whether it was for survival, for his pride, or to not be beaten up so badly, when he struggled to survive under the Star Killer's claws, *clang. Thales' long sword clashed with Jonvold's weapon again. But at this moment, Thales closed his eyes. Jonvold, who was very close to him, noticed this, and he could not help but be shocked. The sin of Hell's river surged into the teenager's body. Hell's senses became even more sensitive. Time seemed to have slowed down. At that moment, Thales slowly experienced it. It was at the point where Jonvold's and his long swords clashed. The powers of eradication from both sides surged up, and they were locked in a stalemate at that point. One side attacked endlessly, and their attacks surged. The other side defended firmly, and they were tenacious and tenacious. Thales could sense that no matter what he did, whether he pressed forward, attacked, withdrew his sword, or retreated, Jonvold's powers of eradication would attack relentlessly, and he would not give him any chance to catch his breath. And Thales could not block it. What should I do? What should I do? During that second, Thales still had his eyes closed. He sensed everything with the feedback from Hell's senses and the sin of Hell's river in his hands. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The teenager understood. He, Thales Jadestar. He was not a monster with a strong body, a genius with exquisite skills, or the main character of a knight who had peerless skills. Come on, release your mystic energy and you'll be able to kill them all. Dark Thales, who swung his fists and roared in his heart. He could not subdue his enemy with one strike like Yodel, he could not turn something rotten into something extraordinary like Black Sword, he could not change his moves in a flash like Nicholas, and he could not control the situation of the battle with ease like the Knight of Judgment. But he had at least one advantage, even though Thales was not willing to admit it. Tanking. Yes. Even though it did not sound nice. But, after being beaten up so many times, you would naturally develop a pathetic intuition. What kind of feeling would the fists and swords that landed on your body bring? Which hits are only excruciating but not serious? Which hits seem exaggerated but actually have average effects? Which hits are extremely dangerous and could be fatal? And the beatings I received. I can see it from my enemies and myself, more things. Including, how to counterattack and win. Just like how the Star Killer faced the Raven of Death. It sounds familiar. Thales smiled leisurely. That's right. Isn't this? The sin of Hell's river roared madly in his eardrums, as if it was beating war drums and urging Thales to continue fighting. But Thales turned a deaf ear to it. At that moment, scenes from the past flashed in his mind. In the abandoned house, as a child beggar, he struggled and struggled. In Vine Manor, he faced a close shave with the vampire. In Renaissance Palace, he played a political game in the Hall of Stars. Isn't this? In Dragon Cloud City, he narrowly escaped death in Shield District. In Heroic Spirit Palace, he dealt a fatal blow in front of the 5 archdukes. In the desert, at the bottom of Black Prison, he fought hard in the dark. Isn't this? The smile on Thales' lips deepened. Isn't this the time when he faced all sorts of disasters and obstacles since he came to this world, Thales Jadestar's way of living? First, get beaten up and survive. Then, level up and find a chance to win. Finally, act cool. Get beaten up, level up, and act cool, Thales' 3-step strategy. Thales slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jonvold, who had a surprised expression on his face as time seemed to have stopped. He smiled in his heart. No. Be more serious. This is a battle. Let's put it in another way. Let's put it in a nicer way. That is, receive the enemy. Detect the enemy. Subdue the enemy. Thales' heart was clear. The sin of Hell's river boiled and was almost burning. But in Thales' mind, that clue became clearer. It was as if he was getting closer to a certain goal. He knew. This was his sin of Hell's river. His power of eradication. His fighting style. Or, according to what Ricky said, it was himself. It was Thales Jadestar himself. Or, a thought appeared in Thales' mind. This is the basic quality that every powerful fighter has. Receive the enemy, detect the enemy, and subdue the enemy. In the next second, the sin of Hell's river in Thale's body exploded with a bang. It was exuberant, excited, and climbed to a climax. Time seemed to have returned to normal at that moment. The surprise on Jonvold's face disappeared in a flash, and it turned into seriousness and fierceness. Thale sensed that at the point where their long swords clashed, Jonvold's power of eradication also roared. Jonvold's attack was about to begin again. But the prince only moved and turned his wrist. His long sword drew a circle in the air, and it started to twist along the trajectory of Jonvold's weapon. The metal rubbed against each other and let out an unpleasant sound. Doyle, who was watching by the side, could not help but let out a gasp. In the blink of an eye, the two swords separated. Jonvold's long sword came charging at Thales with an indomitable momentum. Thales turned around gently. His long sword also flashed, and he slashed forward. Their figures overlapped with each other on the training field. Bang. There was an explosion. Both of them stopped at the same time. It was only then that the guards watching by the side let out soft gasps of surprise. Mallow stared at the training field without blinking. He did not even hear the people beside him urging him to hurry up. Thales panted harshly in the training field. He felt the sin of Hell's river, which was almost completely drained, tumble about indignantly. He turned his gaze and realized that at some point in time, the upper half of his shield had already shattered. Only the lower half was still connected to his hand. Jonvold's practice sword had already stopped at his shoulder. The metal blade was pressed against his neck, and his skin was cold to the touch. As for Thale's sword, it had just grazed past Jonvold's shoulder by a hair's breadth and stopped in midair. It did not work. Thale sighed as he felt the soreness and numbness all over his body. I still lost. The sounds of discussion among the guards grew louder. But at that moment, I lost. Before him, the clean-cut knight in his 30s put away his long sword in an extremely elegant manner and nodded respectfully. Thales looked puzzled. I might have attacked your vital spot, Your Highness, but that is because your practice shield has been attacked many times, and it could not withstand the force. Jonvold put on a friendly smile and pointed at the remaining half of the shield in Thale's hand. He took a step back, sighed, and touched his chest. A new scratch appeared on his leather armor. And before that, the tip of your sword grazed my neck. Thales was stunned. Jonvold looked at Thales sincerely. Even though the back of the sword only grazed you a little, Jonvold smiled and shook his head. But if it had been a real sword, I would have lost. The guards burst into an uproar. Thales stared at him in a daze. A few seconds later, the teenager shook his head and shook off the epiphany he had from the battle just now. No, you fought very well. I did not even have the strength to fight back. Thales sighed. In the end, you still had the strength to hold back. This proves that you are much stronger than me. You should be the winner. Jonvold bowed and did not answer. He only smiled, put down his practice sword, and turned to leave. That's right. Thales cleared his mind. He knew that regardless of whether it was Praka, Commodore, or Jonvold, they were just sparring partners for him. Besides, the difference in power and status among them made them hold back and show mercy. If it had been a real sword, Thales felt the soreness and swelling in his arm. He looked at the bruises on more than one spot. He had long since become a prince-cut cake. Loose. The guards discussed among themselves. Mallows turned his head around to discuss something with flag-bearer Fubby, who was beside him. He did not seem to have the time to look at Thales. He was clearly about to lose just now, but why do I feel that there's something? Doyle turned his head around in puzzlement while he was at the foot of the field, but Glover interrupted him. Listening skill and judgment. The vanguard known as Zombie crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes were like torches. Jonvold's offense was fierce, and it was unstoppable. Hence, the child learned from Logistics Officer Praka's method just now. He used his defensive counterattack style and the idea that the stronger the opponent he faced, the stronger the opponent he faced. He also found an opportunity from it. Glover stared at Thales, who sat down dejectedly. But in the end, he was not strong enough. He was unlucky. Doyle's expression froze. Praka. What the hell? He chose materials on the spot and came up with a strategy. Doyle stared at Thales, who was digesting his battle experience in a daze. So, our Duke is quite quick-witted. This time, Glover only shook his head. He did not answer. While the guards discussed among themselves non-stop, Mallows finally snapped out of his daze. Then, who is next? The watchman asked faintly. The guards who were still chattering excitedly instantly quietened down. But when he heard this, Thales' expression darkened. Again. I'm about to collapse, okay? Lord Mallows. Thales said indignantly. Since you speak so logically, you must have extraordinary skills. The Duke rubbed the bruises on his arm and gritted his teeth. Why didn't you fight on your own? Mallows smiled faintly. Because I am not good at fighting on my own, Your Highness. Not good at fighting on your own. Thales was stunned. He then remembered the figure of the other watchman. Then, why did they make you the watchman? Mallows' smile was still elegant. My forte is battlefield observation, decision-making, and deployment. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So, what are you? Thales snorted coldly and said sarcastically, a fantasy version of Wang Yuan. Mallows narrowed his eyes. Wang what? Thales coughed. What I mean is, even if you go up against a rookie like me, are you not confident? Mallows smiled faintly. I've said it before, I am not good at fighting. If I go up against Your Highness, then, Mallows looked at the guards around him and said with a smile. It's a 50-50 chance. Thales was so angry that he rolled his eyes. But he was already so tired that he needed to replenish his energy to retort. So, Mallows looked at a very young guard. What do you think, Ness? Spar with Your Highness. But at this moment, before anyone could reply, a mature female voice came slowly, accompanied by the sound of high-heeled shoes. Oh, is this your so-called martial arts lesson? The voice was clear and powerful. Mallows' eyes widened. When they heard this voice, the guards burst into an uproar again. Then, strangely, they stopped altogether and turned around quietly. They faced the newcomer. Doyle saw the newcomer's face clearly and could not help but let out a soft, what the F***ck. Then, he quickly shut his mouth and lowered his head, hiding behind Glover. Thales turned his head and was also stunned. He stared blankly at the field outside. He looked at the mature, steady, and elegant middle-aged lady who walked slowly from the porch. Compared to Gilbert and Kessel, even after 6 years, she still looked graceful and charming. Her black hair was as black as ink, and her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. Other than some wrinkles, there were few signs of age. Her high-heeled shoes still tapped the ground forcefully and rhythmically. Regardless of whether she was facing a stone floor, a lawn, tiles, or gravel, it was the same as before and never changed. Thales stared at the lady in a daze. He stared at her arrogance, valiance, elegance, and freedom, which did not seem to diminish in the slightest. She did as she pleased. The members of the Star Lake Guards looked at each other, seemingly hesitant. But in the end, under Mallows' lead, they all bowed and saluted respectfully. But the black-haired lady did not seem to see them. She did not care about them and only looked around. Her gaze landed on Thales for a moment before looking away. She snorted softly. Look, what kind of bullsh** tea are you teaching? The royal guards were awkward and strangely silent. No one dared to answer. Madam, you may not understand. Finally, the leader, Mallows, coughed softly. We are investigating the information about the power of eradication in His Highness' body. This is to help him better, then. Have you finished your investigation? The black-haired lady interrupted him without giving him any face. Her tone was impatient. How much longer are we going to beat him up? Mallows was instantly rendered speechless. Behind him, flag-bearer Fubby quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. In truth, we have some clues, but we still need. But the lady interrupted him again. Oh, so all of you are serious. She walked to the edge of the field and looked at the people around her. A scornful look flashed briefly in her eyes. You are not playing house. The guards looked at each other at a loss again. Mallows was silent for a few seconds. Madam, but the middle-aged lady snorted coldly and interrupted him for the third time. You. The black-haired lady turned her head around coldly and looked at Glover, who was pointing at her in a baffled manner. No, not you. I am talking about the one behind you. That heartless brat from the Doyle family. Don't think that I can't see you just because you hide behind the big guy. Doyle walked out from behind Glover with a long face and squeezed out a smile. Madam, but the black-haired, graceful woman gave her orders. Her voice was firm and powerful, and she did not hesitate at all. You, go up and spar with the prince. According to what your leader said, investigate his power of eradication. Thales, who had been immersed in his memories, was slightly stunned. And Doyle's expression changed. What, you are not willing? Doyle's eyebrows twitched again. The woman said coldly, so, sparring with Prince Thales, is an insult to your family. Doyle shuddered when he heard this. He no longer dared to answer. He looked as if he was facing death with equanimity, and like a marionette, he walked to the training field in a daze. He was about to grab his practice sword, and he only hoped that his misfortune would end soon. But his beautiful wish still fell through. Wait. The woman's words rose in a leisurely manner, causing Doyle, who had taken a step forward, to stop in the air. He did not dare to move. Use your own sword. When she said this, the royal guards burst into an uproar. Mallow's expression changed. He seemed to be unable to maintain his original indifference. Doyle turned his head around in shock. He did not care about the fear in his heart. Use a real sword. The woman snorted through her nose in a rising tone. What else? Doyle froze on the spot. Quick, draw your sword. Go up and fight him with your life on the line. The woman glanced coldly at the royal guards. Otherwise, why the hell would you investigate his power of eradication? Thales was shocked when he heard this, but he also felt warmth in his heart. As expected, it's been 6 years, she's still, behind Mallows. Flag-bearer Hugo Fubel's face was dark. He asked Praka, who rushed over from behind him. How did she get in? Praka's face was bitter. He spread his hands in resignation and helplessness. Commanding officer, you know that she is His Majesty's. In short, in all of Mindy's Hall, even among our brothers, no one dares to stop her. Fubel was instantly exasperated. Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at Doyle, who did not even dare to breathe loudly after being scolded. He took a step forward. My lady, but the moment he opened his mouth, Madame Gines Bajkovic, the first-grade female official of Renaissance Palace, his father's lover, and the person who enlightened him in the Northland military sword style interrupted him with an impatient expression. Shut up, brat. Thales instantly choked. How many times have I said it in my letter? When you come back, I want to test you on real sword training." Gines walked in front of him. When she saw that Thales was almost as tall as her lips trembled slightly, and her gaze moved. But the female official quickly turned her head around and extinguished the trembling in her eyes while it was still in its infancy. "And what are you doing now?" Gines looked elsewhere and said sternly, "Toy sword. Playing house. Are you still 7 years old?" Gines swept her gaze over the 20 royal guards and said sternly, "Are all of you 7 years old as well?" The leader, Mallows, was silent. He did not answer. "Why are you standing there in a daze?" Gines exhaled. She seemed to have had enough of her anger. She turned to Doyle. The latter was trying his best to act like a stone pillar in the middle of the field. "Go up, fight him with your sword until you get rid of his power of eradication." Doyle raised his head while trembling. I, my lady, this sword was passed down to me by my grandmother. I cannot use it easily," Gines mercilessly exposed him. "Nonsense. How many times did I capture old Doyle in Red Street Market when I was young? Your grandmother passed away a long time ago. Every time, it was your grandfather who paid the bail." Doyle shuddered when he heard this. He lowered his head and did not dare make another sound. Gines snorted coldly. Her high-heeled boots tapped against the ground with a clear sound as she walked past the guards. "Then, you. Or you. Use a real sword and go up to spar with him." No one answered. No one even dared to raise their heads. Gines snorted coldly and turned to the leader. "You might as well call yourself Mallows." The female official said scornfully, "Aren't you His Majesty's loyal servant? The kind who will cut whoever he asks you to cut?" Mallows was silent for a few seconds. Finally, the watchman sucked in a deep breath. "There is no need, my lady. Our duty is complete. We have already understood His Highness' power of eradication." Thales was shocked when he heard this. Understood? What? Sin of Hell's River. The power of eradication that Black Sword mentioned was best not to show to others. Understood just like that. The martial arts lesson has ended. Mallows forced a stiff smile. "My lady, you may continue to teach His Highness etiquette. My fellow guards and I will take our leave now." But Gines did not intend to give up just like that. "Oh. Really? You understand just like that?" The female official clicked her tongue and said, "You don't need to fight with real swords, and you don't need to fight with real weapons, but you can still know the power of eradication." Gines pointed at Thales, and her gaze turned cold. "What if you are mistaken? Do you want to beat him up again?" Thales felt a chill in his heart. Mallows coughed, as if he was used to Gines making things difficult for him. "Indeed," the watchman said stiffly in front of everyone, "His Highness' power of eradication is very strange. It does not have any distinct characteristics or style, and the increase in various attributes of his body is limited." Gines narrowed her eyes. Mallows looked up and stared straight at Thales. But he survived. Thales sucked in a breath and revealed a curious gaze as well. 3 battles. The watchman said unhurriedly, "That's right." Before he was injured, Praka was an elite in the defense division. His counterattack had even severely injured supreme-class elites. Even though he was in the defense division, Jean used to be a police officer. The close-quarters combat skills he learned from the streets were practical and effective. He specialized in defeating his enemies in unexpected ways. And Jonvald only recently changed from a penal officer to a vanguard. One of the main reasons is that his fighting style is too sharp. The 3 people who were mentioned moved. "But His Highness survived," Mallows said methodically. "He lost, but he did not lose too badly." The watchman became serious. His gaze was like lightning, and it was so piercing that Thales felt a little uncomfortable. Your Highness, there is an extremely similar example in history regarding your power of eradication. Thales was a little surprised. An example in history. He immediately remembered the example Ricky told him when he was still in Blade Fang's camp. Those people Ricky mentioned, ancestors who had the sin of Hell's River and also shouldered the so-called mission of their era. However, what Mallows said next was out of his expectations. 200 years ago, a peerless genius in combat and martial arts appeared in the Jade Star royal family. Jade Star royal family. Thales raised his head in shock. WH. What? Is there a Jade Star among the strange names Ricky mentioned? Mallows cleared his throat and said loudly in front of the people who were listening attentively, that royal genius awakened to a rare power of eradication. That prodigy of the royal family awakened to a rare power of eradication. That power allowed him to struggle for survival in countless desperate situations and narrowly escape death. Just like Prince Thales' power today, it allowed him to survive in dangerous situations. Thales blinked. Ha! Mallows nodded. In the end, that genius became a supreme-class legend of his era. His fame spread to this day. Gines furrowed her eyebrows. And that is, Mallows took a deep breath and looked at Thales. That's right. He is the free and uninhibited romantic prince, the legend of the century who has never met his match in the Western Peninsula. Kayla Jade Star. The watchman's eyes shone brilliantly. People call him the enemy of the wolves. The crowd burst into an uproar. Thales was completely stunned. Legendary prince, Kayla Jade Star. Enemy of the wolves. Mallows raised his head. He looked solemn and serious. And the legendary power of eradication that Prince Kayla relied on to become famous and shock the world is called, the watchman said softly, Wrath of the Sea. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. At that moment, the entire training ground was in an uproar. The royal guards anxiously whispered to each other. There was no lack of excitement and surprise among them, and many of them kept glancing at Thales. Gines also fell into deep thought. But the main character of the topic was stunned. Anger, Thales stuttered in his heart. Wrath of what waves? I heard that the instructor the Northlanders arranged for the prince is the murderer who killed Prince Horus. The Northlanders purposely used this to humiliate us. Doyle, who had snuck back to Glover's side, poked his colleague in surprise. By the looks of it now, the murderer really taught seriously. While the crowd was in a mess, Mallows took the chance to end the conversation. I'm sorry, Madam Gines. That's all for today. As for you, Your Highness, I will look for information regarding the enemy of the wolves when he was alive. Mallows narrowed his eyes. In the future, your training will be more targeted. The watchman did not wait for their response. He turned to the entire royal guards. Dismiss. Return to your posts. A thought appeared in Mallows' mind. Unless someone wants to catch up with the visiting Madam Gines. The moment he finished speaking, the Star Lake guards dispersed. No one seemed to want to stay any longer. Mallows turned his head around and nodded slightly at Gines and Thales. The female court attendant snorted coldly, turned around, and took a step forward. Why are you spacing out, boy? You still have lessons to attend. Thales shuddered. It was only then that he snapped out of his shock and puzzlement. He turned his head around and did not care about his appearance. He jogged all the way to catch up to Gines' high-heeled boots in a hurry. While the teenager jogged, he mumbled in his heart. What's going on? During these 6 years, aside from being beaten up all day long, being drenched in blood and sweat, gritting his teeth to fight against Nicholas with tears in his eyes, and thinking of ways to survive under his terrifying and savage shadow, what else did he do to make my power of eradication turn into something like wrath waves? Mallow stared at Gines and Thales as they left into the distance on the training field that soon became empty. His expression was slightly dark. And you, Praka, pass the message. Mallows called out to Praka, who was at the back of the group. This time, we can be considered to have just been formed, and we are unfamiliar with our duties. But next time, even if His Majesty himself comes, Mallows emphasized the word himself, and it made Praka subconsciously tense up. The watchman turned his head around slowly. His eyes shone with an incredibly solemn light. The guards under my command are not allowed to come here without any hindrance or notice. Do you understand? Praka shuddered. He suddenly had the misconception that the usually indifferent and relaxed officer Tormund Mallows did not exist at that moment. Praka quickly nodded respectfully, turned around, and left. Mallows stared at his back. His gaze was complicated, and his thoughts were unfathomable. After a moment, the watchman turned to the only person left beside him. Hugo. The flag-bearer of the Duke's personal guards, Hugo Fubel, walked over in a submissive manner. Did you record today's training, including the prince's power of eradication? Mallows asked faintly. Of course. Flag-bearer Fubel brought out a notebook, and his gaze suddenly became astute. Wrath waves. And the details of Prince Thales' response but Mallows cut him off. Variant. Fubel raised his head with a puzzled expression. Add 1 to your record, Mallows said softly. Mallows said softly. His expression and tone of voice slowly returned to their previous indifferent state. Prince Thales' power of eradication is a rare variant of wrath waves. Fubel blinked and furrowed his eyebrows. As for the specific direction and characteristics of the variant, Mallows exhaled. His expression was as calm as still water. Unknown. Fubel was stunned for 2 seconds. Variant, unknown. Officer, are you sure? He looked at his notebook and said in puzzlement, This is for Vice Captain Talon to read. This is for Vice Captain Talon to see, and he'll report to His Majesty Anne. If there's any inaccuracies. Mallows suddenly turned around. Yes, I am sure. He cut off flag-bearer Fubel firmly. His gaze was burning, and he was aggressive. Absolutely certain. Chapter 529. Thales stood uneasily beside the study table on the 3rd floor and scooped up a towel that was soaked in hot water from the wooden basin. He was still wearing his sweaty and smelly training uniform. His skin was sticky and greasy. His abrasions and bruises were still faintly burning. His body was still aching, and it made him very uncomfortable. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a child beggar. But Thales did not speak. He only quietly wiped his face and neck. With slight anticipation and nervousness, he occasionally looked at the valiant figure by the window who had her arms crossed over her chest and was looking into the distance. Gines quietly looked at the setting sun on the horizon and the servants in the courtyard who were busy lighting the lamps. The expression on the side of her face was calm and profound. She seemed to be deep in thought, as if she was remembering something. You should not have let them do that. Gines' voice was cold and forceful. There was a hint of determination that came from going through hardships. Thales' arm that was twisting the towel instantly froze. Just now, you should not have let the guards be so presumptuous. The female official slowly turned around. She was as tall and sturdy as she was 6 years ago, like a cedar tree in winter. Boy. Her gaze was as sharp as ever, and her tone was as stern as ever. It made Thales remember the first time they met 6 years ago. At that time, she also had her arms crossed over her chest like this. She had a profound expression on her face as she quietly sized him up. 6 years later, Thales subconsciously wanted to turn his head to avoid the gaze of the instructor who initiated him. Perhaps. He spoke softly. There was a hint of resignation and faint emotions in his voice. Thales picked up the towel in time and covered his eyes. He pressed his dirty face and his uncontrollable expression into the warm and soft fabric at the same time. Giles did not speak. He put down the towel and tried to meet Giles' gaze calmly. He tried hard to release his most natural and warm smile. "Madam, I am very happy to see you again. After 6 years." Giles did not answer immediately. She continued to stare at Thales quietly. Her originally cold and stern gaze now had an indescribable meaning. "Very good." A few seconds later, the female official averted her gaze. She took a deep breath, as if she wanted to restrain herself. "Then, your etiquette lesson will now begin." Giles' tone became steady and stern again. She walked away from the window. Thales snapped out of his daze. With his habitual nervousness in front of the instructor who initiated him, he suppressed the fatigue in his body and quickly threw down the towel. "There is no need for that." Giles stopped him from taking the wooden basin away. "Today, we will not practice table manners." Table manners. Memories of the past surged into Thales' mind, but he forcefully suppressed them. The female official minded her own business and sat down on the guest chair. She ignored the refreshments beside her, and she cast a gentle glance at Thales, who looked a little disheveled after his training. "The first class won't be long. And right now, you obviously need to rest more." Thales was stunned for a few seconds before he nodded gratefully. "Thank you, madam." However, Giles' expression immediately became stern. "Don't be so happy. We'll make up for the lost time in the next class." At that moment, Thales felt as if he had returned to 6 years ago. He saw Giles, the female officer, who was strict and cold in the training field and at the dining table. With a cold expression, she made him raise his shield and hold his knife and fork properly. The familiar feeling surfaced in his heart again, and he couldn't suppress it. That scene seemed to have happened yesterday. It was just like how he had never left the country for the north and never returned for many years. It was as if the 6 years that had passed were just a dream last night, and nothing had happened. And when he woke up this morning, he was still sitting upright and still under Giles' hand, listening attentively. Thales suppressed the throbbing in his eyes and chest. He nodded and recalled the etiquette unique to Constellation. He sat upright and solemnly. Giles stared at him until Thales regained his composure. During the age of the Empire 1,000 years ago, the Supreme Emperor sent his personal Praetorian guards to the princes to carry out the duties of knights serving their master. Giles went straight to the point as usual, but her eyes were still sizing up Thales. After the Battle of Eradication, even though the tradition of knights in the old days was almost extinct, this tradition was inherited by the successive kings of Constellation. They sent the royal guards to the adult princes, and they became their personal guards, attendants, subordinates, assistants, and even vassals in the future. Thales did not expect that Giles would start talking about history the moment she opened her mouth. But the teenager immediately came to a realization. She was not satisfied with his performance just now. And how to manage and use these subordinates with extraordinary significance and complicated backgrounds, get along well with the royal guards, and get along well with each other. This has been a compulsory lesson for every prince since ancient times. Subordinates with extraordinary significance and complicated backgrounds. Thales clenched his fists gently. He remembered Mallow's indifference, Doyle's frivolity, and Glover's callousness in Mindy's hole. But in the next second, he remembered Zachriel's silence, Barney Jr.'s persistence, and Samuel's extreme behavior in the prison of bones. There is no doubt about it. Giles' tone became even more solemn. This is also part of the royal etiquette. Thales listened quietly. The female official's gaze was like a knife that cut into Thales' heart. Remember, you are the Duke of Star Lake, the master of Mindy's Hall. You are also their master. The Duke of Star Lake. Mindy's Hall. Their master. The teenager's eyes rippled slightly. You are no longer an illegitimate child who needs to hide and deceive others. You are the official second prince, the heir to the kingdom. Jine's words were harsh. Illegitimate child. Second prince. Heir to the kingdom. Is that so? Thales spoke in a seemingly unintentional manner, and Jine's words died in her throat. That's right. A few seconds later, Jine's voice became much more forceful. She sounded a little displeased with his reaction. As a duke, you have to take the initiative and show them your might, unyieldingness, and sternness. Let your subordinates know the consequences of disrespecting the prince. Take the initiative, show them your might. Might, unyieldingness, and sternness. Thales repeated those words in a muffled voice and forced a smile. The Duke exhaled slowly, but all he saw was the dark and profound Renaissance palace. He also saw the tall throne at the end of the long corridor in the meeting hall. His shoulders slackened. Perhaps. Thales tried his best to curl up the corners of his lips, and he appeared a little quiet. But that's really not my style. No, he did not continue speaking. Instead, he finished the sentence in his heart. Jines furrowed her eyebrows. It was as if she did not expect that her student, whom she had not seen for many years, would have such a reaction. The silence in the study room lasted for a few seconds. The letter from the north said that you have been through many trials, and your temperament is outstanding. You are fearless when you face enemies who are fierce and tough. You are neither servile nor overbearing. Just like you did in the national conference. Jines said coldly. Why have you become weak when you face your subordinates here? Thales was silent for a long while. Because that is different. The teenager seemed to have sensed something and sighed softly. In the national conference and in the north, I only have to face my opponents. And what I need to do is to raise my shield according to what I have been taught. Raise my shield. As if she had remembered something, Jines was a little absent-minded. But here, Thales pursed his lips and sank into deep thought. His expression was a little solemn. What I need to face is not just my subordinates. Thales stared into the distance in a daze. Jines did not speak. She only frowned and sized Thales up. A few seconds later, she spoke slowly. Your subordinates, Mallows and the others, but Thales interrupted her. My lady, please. Thales closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Throughout this journey, Gilbert only said good things, Yodel always remained silent, and the others, Jines was instantly stunned. Thales raised his head and revealed an unnatural smile. But you, my lady, you are the one who taught me sword arts and etiquette. You are also his. Thales did not finish his sentence, but Jines could vaguely sense something. The Duke of Star Lake lowered his head. I thought that you should be more honest than them. Jines repeated in a daze. Honest? Thales nodded and looked at Jines. He doesn't like me. Jines was stunned. Thales stated the truth calmly, as if it was the most ordinary truth. From the first time he saw me, he didn't like me. This is not a secret. The Duke chuckled without any emotion. Even my guards are well aware of this. This is the reason. At that moment, Thales' gaze was calm and unwavering. He met the slightly surprised Jines' gaze. The latter wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not. The study room was silent for a long time. The female official's expression was profound. Her eyes shone with an unknown light as she swept her gaze over Thales' body. Finally, Jines took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Wrath of the Sea. Thales did not react in time. He was puzzled. Jine steadied her expression, which had changed a few times, and lowered her gaze. She said in a low voice, "Mallows mentioned that you awakened your power of eradication. What is that?" "Oh. Wrath of the Sea." Thales, who was still immersed in the inexplicable emotions just now, exhaled and composed himself. "I don't know." The Duke forced himself to shake his head and said honestly, "It's also my first time hearing about it." But Jine smiled. Most of the powers of eradication of the knights in the kingdom are similar to their personal experiences, especially those of the teachers who taught them. The female official said faintly, "There is also a small group of people who are the complete opposite. The teacher and the disciple are the opposite of each other." Thales thought of something and thought that this was similar to what Ricky said. "Is that so?" "So. Wrath of the Sea. So, the Northlanders have taught you a lot." Gines looked at him and said, "Intentionally or unintentionally?" "Northlanders." Thales remembered his life in Ekstedt, and he could not help but curl up the corners of his lips. "Sort of." But when Thales raised his head again, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was Gines. At some unknown point of time, Gine's stern gaze became gentle. She stared at Thales quietly, and there was an indescribable emotion in her gaze. Thales did not know what to do. His first teacher's lips trembled. There were a few times when she wanted to say something, but she did not. "Boy." Finally, Gine spoke. This time, her voice was no longer cold and firm. Instead, it was slow and hoarse. "You lost weight in the north." Thales was instantly stunned. Gine stared at him and revealed a smile that Thales rarely saw. "I guess so." Her smile was quiet and elegant, but there was a hint of indescribable sadness in it. This caused Thales' thoughts to freeze. During the days he returned to the kingdom, Yodel, Cohen, Gilbert, and many of his old acquaintances expressed their excitement and sentiments when they saw him. "You've grown taller. Grown up. Matured. You've become more like a certain someone. But you've lost weight." This was the first time Thales heard such an evaluation. The teenager stared at Gines in a daze. Gines only stared back at him quietly. There was a hint of sadness in the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. At that moment, it was as if there was some sort of power that filled his chest. Thales had no choice but to turn his head around and blink at an angle that Gines could not see. At the same time, he forced a smile and spoke to divert her attention. About that, the past few months have been a little tough," but Gines did not listen to what he said, nor did she notice that Thales' voice had changed in pitch. For the first time ever, the female official picked up the teacup beside her. Her posture was elegant and dignified. "You know." Gines' voice was still gentle and sad. "A long time ago, your grandfather did not like him very much either." Thales froze. "Grandfather?" He turned his head around mechanically and looked at Gines. At that moment, the female official was sitting calmly on the chair. She caressed the teacup in her hands, but there was a hint of sadness that Thales had never seen before at the corners of her eyebrows and the corners of her lips. It was said that after the late queen passed away and the king's eldest son left the palace, there was a long period of time when he was not welcomed in Renaissance Palace. Gines stared at the reflection in the teacup in her hands in a daze. The servants were so careless that they forgot about his meals and oil. The royal guards also often neglected his whereabouts and safety. Thales was stunned. He suddenly remembered a scene from many years ago. In the tomb, the figure with the scepter spoke to him in a low voice. He said that during those years, when he was a teenager, he stole things in the palace and lived like a mouse. Gines said softly, "Self-reliant." Thales shuddered. Stole things, self-reliant, lived like a mouse. the teenager subconsciously tightened his grip on the arm of the chair. It was as if he was holding on to the hole in the wall of the abandoned house. Giles looked up. But this did not affect him, growing up with a mischievous smile on his face while he was alive and kicking. He grew up amidst the kingdom's discrimination, contempt, and abuse. Until now. Giles stared at Thales quietly. Thales stared at the floor in a daze. A few seconds later, Thales snapped out of his daze and took a deep breath. "Thank you, madam." The teenager smiled again. "I understand now." Giles curled up the corners of her lips. She wanted to put on a smile that she was usually not good at, but after a moment, she realized something. She put down the teacup and put on an unnatural expression. "So, boy, I am saying that you are too thin. Look at how others beat you up." Giles noticed that her words were trembling a little. She took a few deep breaths and stopped for a moment at an angle that Thales could not see. "Remember to eat more." Giles hesitated for a while before she added another sentence. "Also, sleep early." But this time, Thales was not affected by her solemn tone. The Duke smiled. "Of course, madam. Of course." A few seconds later, Giles turned her head around again. Her expression and tone slowly became cold and stern again. She sounded indifferent. "Speaking of which, boy, how much do you know about your guards?" Thales looked up and adjusted his emotions. "Not much." Giles twitched her lips and remained silent for a while. "Listen carefully. After the bloody year, to get rid of the threat, your father was too ruthless and involved too many people." Thales' expression changed. The resentful expression of disaster swordswoman Marina in the dungeon flashed before his eyes. Giles said seriously, "So, in Eternal Star City, along with the threat, trust also disappeared." Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "And don't forget, for 12 years, your father did not have an heir." This not only weakened his prestige and aroused the ambitions of the dukes, it also dealt a blow to the traditional supporters of the royal family, the vassals of the Jade Star family in Central Territory, who are led by the 7 Jade Star attendants. Thales subconsciously added, "and loyalty." Giles glanced at him and did not comment on it. During those 12 years, your father had no choice but to promote and put many new people in important positions, such as the 3 marshals, Gilbert, whom you are familiar with, Count Godwin, Viscount Kenny, Baron Garth, Kirkirk Man, Sodder Ryder. They became the main force of the king's party and strengthened his rule. But on the other hand, under his rule, under the dissatisfaction of the other guardian dukes, the traditional vassals of the royal family like the 7 Jade Star attendants fell into a trough and became silent. They gradually distanced themselves from Renaissance Palace. 7 Jade Star attendants, Thales recalled Gilbert's explanation and fell into deep thought. Giles said solemnly, "Until." Thales raised his head and frowned. "Me?" Giles was silent for a while, but she still nodded. "Thanks to you, thanks to the Jade Star royal family's restoration of lineage, the 7 Jade Star attendants, who were divided, silent, and alienated over the past 6 years, gradually showed goodwill to the 9-pointed star again." But Giles' expression immediately became solemn. "But they are still observing from the sidelines. And you cannot win their approval with just your title and bloodline. Your father cannot rely on just one successor to erase their resentment after the bloody year and win back their trust." Thales thought of Doyle and Glover. "Is that so?" Giles sighed. "Your Star Lake guards are just one example." Thales did not speak. Giles stared at him quietly and said softly, "Very soon, it will be the day you officially make your debut in front of the nobles in the capital during the banquet." The lady's gaze turned sharp. "Be careful, boy." Giles' tone made Thales unable to help but become nervous. "You are below them, just like me. But you are also above them, just like your father. And you came back from the north, so you are outside of them. The 3 consecutive sentences made Thales sink into deep thought, and at the same time, he became wary. And this means that at the end of the day, from the inside to the outside, you are, Giles said firmly, not them. Not them. Thales opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he shut it. It took me nearly 30 years to figure this out. Giles' eyes showed a rarely seen weariness. I hope that you can be shorter. Thales exhaled. Banquet, all right. So. The teenager scratched his chin, feeling troubled. Can they still eat me? Giles closed her eyes and shook her head. No. But when the female official opened her eyes, there was an even sharper glare hidden in them. But they will tear you apart. When he heard this metaphorical description, Thales was instantly stunned. But I am the king's son, the heir to the kingdom. That's right. Giles appeared vigilant and solemn. So, they will be gentle and courteous, and tear you apart. Thales nodded, not really understanding what she meant. Then, what should I do? Giles was silent for a while. You know, boy. You knew it 6 years ago. Thales' expression changed. Raise your shield. Giles stared at him, just like when she taught him swordsmanship many years ago. Never give up. Until you die. Until the enemy dies. Thales fell silent again. This time, he thought of more things. What about my father? The teenager said airily. Is he the same? Giles' arm trembled a little. The way she looked at Thales changed. It was as if she had turned back into the Giles Bajkovic who asked him, did you lose weight? A few seconds later, Giles sighed softly. Boy, do you know what this place is? Thales knew that his question was a little harsh. He smiled in resignation to relieve himself. Study room. Giles looked at him again. Thales could only put away the smile he thought was humorous. He said awkwardly, Mindy's hall. The royal treasure, the virtuous king's pavilion, the great artistic manor. And one of the childhood places he was very familiar with. Oh, and 300 years ago, its first owner was the King of the Fog, Mindy's the First, who unfortunately died early. Thales wanted to make his tone sound humorous, but for some reason, he always failed. Giles looked at him quietly. That's right, but that's not all. Not all. Thales raised his eyebrows. 18 years ago. Giles' expression changed. The female official's gaze was slightly dazed, as if she was looking at the scenery in the fog. This is the residence chosen by the Crown Prince of Constellation, your uncle, the first Prince Meteor Jadestar after he came of age. Thales' expression changed slightly. Are you talking about that? Yes. Giles looked at him. That person who is destined to sit on the throne. Steel fragrance. Chapter 530. The Crown Prince of Constellation. Meteor Jadestar. The former owner of Mindy's Manor. Thales' heart stirred slightly. He felt uneasy, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Giles' tone became gentler. When Kessel was young, he often came here to hide, to relieve his boredom. Until, Giles sized up the decorations in the study room in a daze. It was as if she could see through time and see the past. This place has a different meaning to him. Thales focused his gaze. Giles looked at the air and smiled faintly. Actually, when it comes to the layout, compared to Renaissance Palace, Mindy's Hall is more like a place to relax and not a royal temporary residence with tight security. More than one person suggested him to change to a temporary residence for safety. Even the late king asked him about it. But do you know how Meteor answered? Thales pricked up his ears. Giles stared at the spot where Thales sat in a daze. She spoke in a slightly archaic manner. She said in a slightly archaic tone, "If everyone hates and fears, even if the palace walls are 1,000 feet long, or if the pass is 10,000 feet long, how can my life be preserved?" If everyone hates and fears, Thales mulled over her words and frowned slightly. Are these his original words? Giles shook her head. No, these are what the virtuous king engraved on the silver coin said. Midir made some changes when he quoted it, but Giles rubbed her wrist gently. Her gaze was gentle. A long time ago, I don't remember what the virtuous king's original words were. I only remember how Midir handled government affairs here. Thales did not speak. He thought carefully about what his uncle would look like if he could say these words in such a magnanimous manner. As if she knew what he was thinking, Giles said, "Yes." She said, when he ran into a difficult problem, he would sit behind your study table and press down on the spot between his eyebrows. His lips would be slightly furrowed, and he would not say a word as he slowly sank into deep thought. Giles stared at the study table absent-mindedly. There was endless nostalgia in her eyes. After a few minutes, the corners of his lips and the spot between his eyebrows would relax at the same time. At that time, he would put down his fingers and smile. As if to echo her words, Giles also revealed a smile. She was beautiful and quiet. Then, the problem would no longer be a problem. Thales felt a little guilty. However, Giles continued speaking. Her tone was ethereal and dreamy, as if she was narrating a fairy tale. He always finds a way out of trouble. Settle the conflict to everyone's satisfaction. Arrange things neatly. For everyone, to dispel disappointment. Giles' voice faded away. Thales remained silent. The two of them sat in silence. One was reminiscing, the other was imagining, leaving the quiet emptiness in the study. After a while, Giles took a deep breath. The expression on her face returned to being helpless and sad. "Kid, it's not that he doesn't like you." Thales was shocked. It was only then that he realized that the subject of the man's words had changed. "He's just," but Giles stared fixedly at the study table in front of Thales. She did not continue speaking. However, Thales stared at the chair he was sitting on and thought about Renaissance Palace a few days ago in a daze. "You will never become the Duke of Star Lake, because of you, unworthy." Thales was stunned. He stared blankly at the desk in front of him and recalled the identity and deeds of its previous owner. He could not help but feel puzzled. He, the master of Renaissance Palace, thought that Thales was not worthy of her. What could it be? After a while, Thales finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at Giles gratefully. "Madam, it's nice to see you again." Thales nodded and held back his unnecessary emotions. "Really?" Giles smiled. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she closed it. A few seconds later, Giles said airily, "Kid, eat more and sleep early. Also, even though I am no longer in charge of teaching you martial arts and sword skills, but..." Giles looked at him quietly. "Remember to practice your sword." A thought appeared in Thales' mind, and he smiled softly. "I have seen you fight." Giles said softly, "It's all right." But in the next moment, the female official's tone became stern. "But I did not teach you the sword skills used by the Northland army to turn you into a madman who will sacrifice his life to fight." Thales, who was originally immersed in the gentle atmosphere, could not help but shudder. "Remember, you are a prince." Giles said sternly, "No matter what you experienced in the north, when battle comes, you must raise your shield and protect yourself first." Giles looked at him sternly. "Defense is the most important thing. Don't always think about taking the risk to attack." As if to emphasize her words, Giles raised her voice. "Did you hear me? Thales shuddered and habitually agreed to it. Yes. Yes. Giles stood up after she landed on the ground. She straightened her attire and returned to being the fierce and valiant first-class female official. Thales quickly stood up and sent her out of the room. But when they walked up the corridor, Giles' footsteps suddenly stopped. The female official turned her head around sharply and looked at the two guards at the porch. You, young the guards, who were in a daze out of boredom, were shocked. They snapped out of their daze. And madam. Thales was also shocked. He quickly caught up with her. Why are you standing here? Giles questioned them sternly. Doyle was obviously very nervous when he was questioned. He patted his attire and walked forward cautiously with his colleague. Madam, we have been assigned duties by our superior. We are to serve His Highness tonight, but Giles interrupted him. Today, when this boy was being beaten up in the training field, I heard it. Giles glared at him, narrowed her eyes, and said, You are also a part-time commentator by the side, right? At that moment Doyle's body trembled. Thales smiled helplessly. I was just joking. Doyle looked like he was about to cry. However, Giles' tone turned cold. So, you admit that as the personal guard of the Duke of Star Lake, you made fun of him in public? When she said this, everyone in the room frowned. Thales was no exception. Doyle was obviously panicking. He quickly denied it. No, of course not. That was because Lord Mallows was testing His Highness. The atmosphere of the conversation became tense. Thales looked at Giles in surprise. He felt that this was not good. Giles snorted softly. So, you are accusing your superior, Mallows, of ordering you to belittle and make fun of the prince in the crowd? Doyle shuddered again. Madam, that, at that moment, his colleague, who had been silent, spoke. Doyle. His colleague shouted in a low voice, Go. Shut up. Doyle, who was having a headache, immediately went along with the advice and kept quiet. As expected, Giles changed her target. She turned her head elegantly and looked at the person beside Doyle. And who are you? His colleague in the dark raised his head, and his tall figure was revealed in the light. Vanguard Caleb Glover. Madam. Giles narrowed her eyes as if she was thinking about something. Oh, Glover. The female official nodded and smiled. I remember a Glover. The most famous one. Glover did not answer, but he stood straighter. When Doyle, who was beside him, sighed in his heart that it was indeed easy to become a government official because of his ancestors, Giles suddenly changed the topic. You know, many years ago, it was also here. Giles stared at Glover, and there was a chill in her eyes. Do you know what your grandfather called me? Glover's expression immediately became stern. That shameless and debauched little wench brought over from Eastern Sea. Little wench, Glover's expression instantly became very unpleasant. Thales also became nervous. Your grandfather, that old man from the Glover family, said this to the Crown Prince. Giles was not bothered by it at all. She even spoke in slight disdain. She should be thrown into the 7th layer of hell and burned for eternity. Giles said the last few words through clenched teeth. The smile that Thales had been maintaining started to feel a little sore. This is bad. Is this the meeting of enemies? What a pity, the road to hell, when Doyle, who was beside him, secretly rejoiced about how unlucky you are, zombie, Giles snorted coldly. Old bro, Lover is leaving first. Let's hope he is not too cooked. Glover's expression did not change, but he clenched his fists tightly. Thales did not understand what Giles was doing, but his instincts told him that he could not remain silent. Madam, it's late, why don't we but Giles ignored the prince's words. Instead, she spoke to Doyle and Glover on her own. Both of you, pack your luggage. You don't have to be on duty in Mindy's hall anymore. Thales was shocked. All right, madam, we will immediately. Doyle quickly nodded in agreement. He only reacted to what she said when he said it. Ha! Glover furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Giles' expression changed, and she said sternly, yes, because you have neglected your master and disrespected the royal family. You have been banished from the Duke's personal guards. Now. The air was silent for a moment. Doyle's expression changed back and forth. No one knew what he was thinking during those few seconds, but he immediately said in panic, but, madam, the royal guards, our duty is, but at that moment, Glover, who had always been a man of few words, spoke faster than him. Madam, our appointment was reviewed by Baron Adrian and Chief Mallows together, and it was signed by His Majesty, but Giles suddenly raised her voice, and in an instant, she drowned out both of them. So, Danny Doyle, Caleb Glover, you are not willing to leave on your own. At that moment, Giles' gaze was sharp and fierce, and there was an unbearable chill in it. Do you really want me to ask female officer Bajkovic, who is in charge of the second prince's daily life, to formally propose during the imperial conference tomorrow morning that His Majesty and the vassals will be alerted so that they will worry about this small matter of changing the guards? Doyle and Glover froze at the same time. One of them was tongue-tied, while the other glared at Giles in disbelief, who was displaying her might like a lioness. Madam. Thales finally could not take it anymore. Please do not be troubled by this matter, the Duke of Starlake said gently and politely. Protector Doyle's actions today were instructed by me, and Vanguard Glover has always been conscientious and competent. Doyle and Glover turned to Thales at the same time. Giles also turned her head abruptly and stared at the prince with a murderous gaze. It was just like the training field 6 years ago. But Thales was still smiling, and his expression did not change. The few torturous seconds were finally over. Giles snorted, and she seemed to be disdainful. Soft-hearted, wishy-washy, and sloppy. This is why you don't get any dignity or respect. Thales smiled bashfully and nodded. I know. The prince shrugged and looked at Giles in resignation. It's just that's not my style. Giles glared at Doyle and Glover with a gaze that was as sharp as a knife, and it made the two of them stand even straighter. Dinner is in an hour. Madam, do you want to stay for dinner? Before Giles could finish her sentence, Thales spoke hastily. This made Giles snort softly in dissatisfaction. Forget it, the female official said coldly. She cast a final glance at the 3 tense people before she turned around and left without hesitation. As the sound of high-heeled boots gradually faded away, Giles' figure disappeared around the corner. Thales and the other 2 exhaled slowly. Madam Giles is a straightforward person, don't mind her. Thales said apologetically. Glover remained silent, while Doyle forced a smile with an ashamed look on his face. Your Highness, but Thales spoke first. His tone was curious. So, Madam Giles, does she really have the power to bypass Mallows and Adrian and expel all of you? Doyle's eyes darted around. About that, I'm not too, however, Glover spoke this time. If she can publicly and officially bring this up to His Majesty and the Imperial Conference, and the reason is valid, yes. Thales showed an expression that said, I see. He then sucked in a breath and looked at the 2 of them with a smile. But first of all of you are my guards, aren't you? Doyle glanced at the corner. The trauma in his heart had not disappeared yet. Yes. Thales flashed a smile. Then she can't. Doyle blinked, while Glover's expression changed. Thank you, Your Highness, Glover said in a low voice. Thales smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Without saying anything, he turned around and went back to his room. About that, Your Highness, Doyle said hastily behind him, and there was some hope in his voice. Is there anything else I can do for you? Thales stopped moving. Oh, it's already so late. The teenager came to a sudden realization. He turned around and smiled at the two of them. It's an old habit. I want to go back to the study to read. But if there are some refreshments to accompany me, that would be even better. Doyle sucked in a sharp breath. Do it immediately, Your Highness. For the first time, Doyle nodded sincerely. Immediately. Thales nodded encouragingly and walked into the study. At the corner of the corridor, Gines continued to move forward with steady steps without stopping. But at that moment, the female official had a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. This brat. What a waste. The refreshments in the study have not been finished yet, have they? And so, Thales' first etiquette lesson passed just like that. But from then on, Doyle and Glover were obviously much more respectful towards him. Until one day in the next week, Doyle cautiously came to the study to report to Thales. The two priestesses carefully selected by Sunset Temple had arrived at Mindy's Hall. They were waiting to be taught by the Duke. As the ruling tradition of the Empire and Constellation, every king of Constellation must be familiar with theology class. Chapter 531. Mindy's Hall, afternoon, in the Duke's study. You do not know why you are here, do you? When he heard the question, Thales raised his head in the study and looked at the person in front of him with faint puzzlement. It was an old woman. She sat in an amiable manner across him. She had a weathered face, but she gave off an elegant air. The nun who served behind her was no more than 16 or 17 years old. She wore a veil and stood with a strict posture. The sunset emblem on their robes reflected a dark golden light. It actually fit the classical and trendy interior of Mindy's Hall very well. The only thing that was not right was that Gilbert was sitting on the other side of the room. He was staring at Thales' guest with a hostile expression. Just now, when Mallows led the teacher sent by Sunset Temple into the study with an expressionless face, Gilbert rushed over. His eyes were filled with surprise and wariness as he stared at the old woman. I know, this is a theology lesson. Thales gave Gilbert a questioning look and tried to call the woman before him by her title. Priestess. Meljen. The old woman, Meljen, shook her head. She still had a smile on her face. No, you do not know. Meljen smiled and pointed at the top of her head. Her smile was amiable, but her gaze was respectful. You think that you are here because of the arrangement of lessons and the need of tradition, but in truth, regardless of whether you are sitting here or I am here, it is God's will. The priestess' voice had a unique sense of mystery. God's will. Thales forced a smile out of politeness. All right. Over the past few days, the teenager had been curious about what his theology teacher was like. After all, the number of clergymen he came into direct contact with since he was young were few and far between. When he was a child beggar, he met dark night servants who were extremely passionate and neurotic. The Sunset Temple priests were compassionate and pious. They had a strong presence, and the Bright Moon priests in Northland were cold and unapproachable. But now, it seems like there are no accidents in the prince's theology lesson. Thales sighed softly in his heart. The priestess continued speaking. Sunset is our witness. Our fates have long since been intertwined. Once she finished speaking, Meljen's face turned pale. She immediately lowered her head and coughed violently into her handkerchief. Nia. A pained expression appeared on Megan's face. Thales was slightly shocked, but the young nun who stood behind the priestess seemed to have been prepared for this. With a calm expression, she immediately took out a box with practiced movements. She took out a few pills and helped the elderly Meljen drink them with water to soothe her cough. Thales and Gilbert looked at each other. Around 10 seconds later, Melgen's coughing gradually subsided. I'm sorry, Sunset wants me to go through the test of pain in order to cleanse myself of a better self. She put away her handkerchief and said to Thales apologetically, this was originally a benevolent gift from the goddess. There's nothing wrong with it, but you've been dragged into it. The mercy of the goddess. Thales could only smile politely and shake his head to show that it was fine. As long as you're healthy. But before the Duke could say anything else, Megan, who had completely recovered from her coughing fit, closed her eyes and moved her fingers with a grateful expression. She made a few gestures that were so fast that they could not be seen clearly as she muttered some incantations. The setting sun knows my warning. Even the veiled young nun hurriedly put away the medicine box and started praying, looking very pious. Charlatan. Thales felt a little embarrassed when he was the one who started the conversation, and he quietly gave this comment. Thales looked at Gilbert in the distance with a distressed expression, hoping to gain some sense of acknowledgement from him. But Gilbert only stared at the old priestess who came to teach with a solemn expression. This was rare. Once she finished praying, Melgen noticed Thales' gaze, and she turned around to look at Gilbert. Are you not going to leave, Count Casso? The old priestess had a smile on her face, and her tone was amiable. Those who did not know her might think that the two of them had been friends for many years. Then, Gilbert snorted softly. Count Casso's reply was not very polite. According to the previous correspondence with the church, the prince's teacher should be Vicar General Stylianides of the missionary department. The prince's teacher should be Archdeacon Stylianides of the mission department. He is a friend of mine for many years. He is knowledgeable and sincere in his faith. He is very suitable to answer the questions of students. Melgen understood what he meant when she heard him, and she was not offended. But I am the one who came. Gilbert narrowed his eyes. Based on what I know, in Sunset Temple, the priest department and the missionary department do not belong to each other. The head priestess leads the former, receives the oracle, listens to it, and listens to it. The archbishop leads the latter, deals with secular affairs, and manages the church. Gilbert's tone was rather rude, and it made Thales frown. Since when did the holy head priestess Lycia become interested in the secular affairs of the missionary department, such as teaching nobles? Does Archbishop Zenon of your church know about this? The priest department and missionary department do not belong to each other. Thales suddenly realized that as a servant of God, Sunset Temple was not as simple as it seemed. However, Melgen continued to smile. She uttered a few words softly. His Majesty knows. At that moment, Gilbert and Thales' expressions changed at the same time. Priestess Melgen maintained a smile that no one knew was polite or sincere. She moved her fingers and made a praying gesture again. Sunset's has always been mysterious. It may seem unexpected at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, there must be a reason behind it. I hope that you do not mind, Count. The nun behind her quickly followed the prayer gesture to be in sync with the priestess. Gilbert's lips twitched, as if he was not used to being humiliated like this. The former Foreign Affairs Minister pursed his lips for a few seconds before he said resentfully, I will seek confirmation from Renaissance Palace. I will seek confirmation from Renaissance Palace. Maybe I will also give some advice. Priestess Melgen flashed a smile that said, welcome, or, please go ahead. Thales frowned as well. Gilbert snorted, but he did not show any intention of leaving. Then, I believe that the tolerant Sunset Goddess will definitely not mind me temporarily listening to His Highness' lessons and sharing the grace of God. Priestess Liv Melgen. Priestess Melgen only curled her lips. She did not comment. She only paused for a moment before she ignored Gilbert. Instead, she faced Thales, who was behind the study table. So, Thales, about God, the old priestess said gently, how much do you understand? At that moment, Thales shuddered in his memory. A pleasant voice that he had not heard for a long time rose in his mind, and it brought him back to the past. When you think of gods, what is the first thing you think of? Thales was dazed for a moment. It's His Highness, Prince Thales. Gilbert dragged Thales back to reality with a hostile and dissatisfied protest. Count Casso said to Priestess Melgen in displeasure, "Please use honorifics." Megan, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Of course." But the priestess' eyes were fixed on Thales, waiting for his reply. Regarding God, the teenager gulped and made sure that he was not in some chess room in Dragon Cloud City. Then, he said resentfully, "Well, a long, long time ago, there was a man called, a god called Bright God." Megan's expression did not change as she quietly waited for him to continue. Thales tried hard to recall the general knowledge he had learned in the past 6 years, whether it was from Little Rascal's relish nagging or the boring ancient text in the Ming-Shan Edict. The supreme bright God created the world. With a bang, heaven and earth were separated. The sun and hell's river faced each other from afar. In the gap between them, all living beings gradually formed. But as his attention was distracted by his memories, the prince's tone became more and more casual. Then, Bright God got off work. I mean, he rested. The earliest gods began to take over. I think I remember that there are bright moon, dark night, mountains, shepherd of the seas, desert god, harvest, cold wind. Thales scratched his head. Of course, the one with the greatest background is still Holy Sun Errol. It is said that he is the sun itself, and he can be considered the bright god's son. Gilbert coughed loudly in the room. It's fine. Unexpectedly, Priestess Megan only spoke gently to excuse herself. She did not seem to be offended. A bit of hearsay and humorous jokes will not affect our reverence towards the gods. Thales, who had stopped talking for a moment, raised his eyebrows. He secretly gave Gilbert a mischievous look. From then on, the Holy Sun, as the leader of the gods, led the gods, took over his duties, and protected all living beings. Our world was named after Errol. Later, the calamities descended upon the world, the battle of eradication, and the great crack and sink. Errol, like his father, lost his job, took a break. His daughter took over the responsibility and protected the world with the other gods. She was the sunset goddess. Yes, that's right. So, from Thales' point of view, when he read the history of the world, from the bright god church of the ancient empire to the church of the Holy Sun in the final empire, and then to the sunset temple and constellation, the classic myth of bright god, Holy Sun, sunset, passed down by the empire in the world of Errol could be said to be a painful family business history that was closely related to the territory of the empire. The first generation of the gods worked hard to build up their businesses, and in the end, they became powerful. The second generation of the gods lost their father's fields, and in the end, they collapsed. The third generation of the gods worked hard, and in the end, they went bankrupt. It's as if I'm the Prince of Constellation. Their revival was imminent. The building collapsed, and while it was bitter and sorrowful, for some reason, there was an inexplicable sense of joy in it. By the way, when Thales concluded his point of view, the expression of the Bright Moon Temple priest who was in charge of teaching history classes in Extet turned sour. Regent Leespan listened with great interest and nodded repeatedly. Thales finished his speech as if he was bargaining in the market. He smiled and looked at Gilbert, who had a strange expression on his face, and Priestess Melgen, who was deep in thought. You know quite a lot. Priestess Melgen's gaze was calm. She seemed to be thinking. Thank you. Thales shrugged. But it is not detailed enough. Melgen finished her words faintly. Of course, it was not detailed enough. In truth, most of these myths and legends to scare people was told to him by a bespectacled girl and an immortal demon. Perhaps I have to thank a certain former king of Northland who collected a large number of books for his great dragon queen, but whose whereabouts is unknown. So, do you believe in God, Thales? Priestess Melgen spoke again. Her eyes were sparkling. Do you believe that our meeting here was arranged by God? Thales quirked an eyebrow and cast a glance at the former Foreign Affairs Minister. This time, he received the recognition he had been looking forward to for a long time from Gilbert's expression. Gilbert even sighed without bothering to hide it. I know, right? But Thales was still a prince. No matter how boring the people in this class were, he had to at least maintain the relationship between the royal family and the temple on the surface and ensure that both parties had a tacit understanding. The prince cleared his throat, and his expression became stern again. Of course I believe in Sunset Goddess. No, you don't. Melgen cut him off coldly. The old priestess stared straight at him. Her gaze was aggressive, and the wrinkles on her face were especially obvious at that moment. You do not believe in those ridiculous myths and legends, nor do you believe in the verified scriptures of the Church, and you do not believe that a god like Sunset Goddess should be our ruler and where our faith lies. Thales was instantly stunned. Priestess Melgen snorted softly. Her gaze was clear, and her tone was stern. You would rather believe that this is politics, a strategy, and a fight. You would rather believe that our gathering here is a measure Sunset Goddess took to influence the royal family and the future king. You are just like Count Casso, who has a scornful expression on his face but insists on pretending to be serious. In the distance, Gilbert, who had been drinking his tea with the corners of his mouth curled up, choked. Ha! All of you are the same as most of the high-ranking people in this world who believe that they are infallible just because they have a little power in their hands, have slightly higher statuses, have some knowledge, and have some achievements in their studies. You do not believe in God. You look down on God. Her words were too straightforward and ruthless. She left no room for negotiation. Thales had no choice but to put away his smile. Gilbert also put down his teacup. Melgen's tone was incredibly cold. Even the nun behind her could sense her aura. She glanced at the prince and the count in unease. So, you will not understand what it feels like to live in a world with gods. You will not understand what gods and beliefs bring to the world, and you will not understand how true believers live. The expressionless Melgen looked at Thales again and met his gaze. You will also not understand what you will discover if you sincerely try to understand the world of gods and beliefs. At that moment, Thales felt a little suffocated. It was as if she was the master of the study room at that moment. He sucked in a deep breath. Then, a part of your world will forever be missing. Melgen did not seem to care about his authority. She did not even give the Duke a chance to speak. This is bad. She leaned forward and stared straight into Thales' eyes. Very bad. It was as if she wanted to pierce through his pupils, pierce into his heart, and interrogate his soul. Very, very, very bad. Her voice was low, and her gaze was cold. Thales' expression darkened as well. He sat behind the study table and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he slowly pushed aside the Sunset Goddess Apostle's axe, which he had specially found for this lesson. Gilbert wanted to ease the unfriendly atmosphere, but the moment he coughed for the first time, Thales spoke. So, what are you going to do? The young Duke of Star Lake stared straight into the Sunset Priestess's intimidating eyes without avoiding her gaze. If I do not believe in God, what will you do? Thales smiled and spread his arms. Burn me to death. His words caused the room to fall silent. Priestess Melgen frowned and sized Thales up carefully. A few seconds passed. Melgen snorted coldly, and her tone was hostile. Yes. This time, it was Thales' turn to be stunned. What? What is going on? The young nun who was standing by became nervous. She had never seen such a scene before, and she stared at the dumbfounded Duke of Star Lake in fear. She seemed to be afraid that the powerful man would order him to drag her out and kill her, in a fit of anger. Gilbert's coughing suddenly became louder. Ahem, Your Highness, about today, but this time, Count Casso's untimely but forced interruption did not work. Priestess Melgen smiled mysteriously. She ignored Gilbert for the third time and added what she did not finish her sentence. A long time ago, yes. When she said this, Thale's furrowed eyebrows relaxed. Please, don't take a deep breath when you speak. The priestess slowly leaned against her chair, and her tone became gentle again. So, Thales, will burning you change your faith? Will it make you believe in the existence of God, the glory of God, and the greatness of God? In the distance, Gilbert sighed in relief. It was clear that he had given up on correcting the way she addressed Thales. Thales blinked and forced himself to lift the corners of his lips. Priestess Melgen smiled and picked up the teacup beside her. Then, why should we burn you to death? Melgen took a sip of her tea. You must understand that belief is not created through burning, much less slaughtering. The priestess spoke very slowly, but she was no longer as aggressive as before. If I burn you to death just because you do not believe in God, it will only increase your disgust and rebelliousness. It will also strengthen your stance and will. It will not help the spread of belief, and it will also go against the God's original intentions. Melgen put down the teacup and stared at him. What is formed from fear will not be a firm belief. It will only be a gradual accumulation of endless hatred that will eventually be vented. Believe me, history has long since proven this. Melgen cast a glance at Gilbert, who was frowning as well. She spoke faintly. On the contrary, the trials and tribulations of reality will usually lead to the sublimation of one's spirit. Over the past thousands of years, many great prophets and messengers came to their senses during persecution and suffering, allowing the true meaning of their beliefs to take root in the people and spread even further. Thales stared at the sunset priestess in front of him with surprise. This attitude, she doesn't seem like a member of the church in my impression. Melgen turned her head around and smiled faintly. So, Your Highness. This was the first time she used a respectful title. Coupled with her softer words and friendlier tone, Thales noticed that no matter what, the stereotype he had towards the priestess was gradually disappearing. Melgen said solemnly, only evil gods, demons, and arrogant mortals are passionate about promoting bloodshed and violence. They enjoy slaughter and destruction. They rely on oppression and power to fight for power, eliminate those who oppose them, rely on it to win, and take pride in it. Thales sat up straight without realizing it. However, true gods, just like our sunset goddess, are tolerant and forgiving. They will show mercy, forgive, help, and guide the lost sheep, and even those who believe in heresy. This is the true meaning of the existence of belief, salvation. Once Priestess Melgen finished speaking, she smiled faintly. So, please let go of your hostility, Thales. Open your heart, and turn from a skeptic to a tolerant person. Because the gods also treat you like this. Thales frowned and looked at her. In the distance, Gilbert sighed and mumbled softly, as expected, I still miss that old man, Stylianides. A few seconds later, Thales exhaled. He had to adjust his attitude. All right then. It was strange. The way they spoke was clearly very different, but for some reason, Thales remembered the scene when he faced the old crow. So, are you going to teach me how to believe in the goddess, Priestess Liv Melgen? The Duke asked with a stern expression. Melgen smiled and took another sip from her teacup. When she put down the teacup, her tone became profound and mysterious again. Hundreds of years ago, there was a young man who met with misfortune. His family business declined, and his future was cut off. Thales was stunned. He was astonished by the fact that she had started telling him a story. When he was at the end of his rope, he received a revelation from God. Melgen's expression was blank, as if she was in the story at that moment. So, the young man followed God's will, faced the setting sun, and headed west. This is the story of an unfortunate young man who met a revelation from God and saved the world. Thales cast a glance at Gilbert, and he noticed that the latter's expression changed slightly. Melgen's tone became gloomy. Day approached, but the young man continued to head west. The path ahead of him became darker and more dangerous. His vision became more confused and chaotic. Finally, when the sun set, in the deep darkness where there was no light and no moon, he was exhausted and dazed. He lost his consciousness and hope, and in a daze, he stepped into the middle of the cold shepherd's river. But the priestess immediately changed the topic. And when the merciless river was about to overflow his head, Melgen's words became serious. It was as if he had received an order. At that moment, the clouds in the dark night dispersed, and light returned to the vast world. The turn of events that was like a traditional drama attracted Thales' attention. He listened to the story with great interest. At that moment, the stars in the sky lit up for him, and the endless stars shone once more. Priestess Melgen's expression became dignified and solemn, as if God was right in front of her. Just like when God Ming created the world. Just like when the holy sun split the sky. Just like when all things were reborn after the end. Melgen's eyes seemed to shine brilliantly. She woke up the unfortunate but fortunate young man from despair and sorrow. Thales coughed softly. Creating the world, splitting the sky, and all that, when the sun set, the sky turned dark, and the stars came out, Thales mumbled softly. I thought that this was just common sense and not a miracle. Melgen paused for a moment and looked at the Duke, who could not help but interrupt the story. But the priestess only twitched the corners of her lips before she continued the story. Hence, on that miraculous day, the young man stood under the stars in the sky, and he sensed God's will. He understood his mission, and he swore a solemn oath. In the face of all sorts of hardships, he had to pull himself together and move forward. And what he wanted to revive was not just the family business that had fallen into disrepair for a long time. Melgen stared straight into Thales' eyes. What the young man wanted to revive was the glory of the Holy Sun, which was the glory of the Holy Sun, to save lives and beliefs during the apocalypse that was filled with calamities. To chase away coldness and despair, he wanted to use the brightest light and the most scorching heat to turn into thousands of stars and scatter them in the night sky to illuminate the world forever. The gods fell, and the calamities filled the world. Thales looked up when he felt that something was off. So, you are telling me that before that, there were no stars in the world, and it was dark at night? But Melgen ignored him. From then on, the young man believed in sunset and made it the national religion. He built temples and spread his faith. Wait. National religion. Thales' expression changed. He had his elbows on the table, but he had to straighten his back. Could it be, as expected, in the next moment, Melgen stared at the Duke of Star Lake before her with a subtle expression. She said calmly, and so, Tormund I's great cause began. Constellation prospered from then on. Melgen's voice faded away. The study room was quiet for a few seconds. Then, Thales chuckled awkwardly. This is a classic passage in sunset scripture. It was personally recorded by the goddess prophet and messenger, Mohaza, a priest from 700 years ago. Melgen smiled faintly. She spoke in a teasing and reminding manner. You should know more about the story of your ancestors. Thales. Thales lowered his head and cleared his throat, pretending that he did not hear her. Divine revelation, reincarnation, splitting open the sky, making an oath. This is actually the story of Tormund I encountering a miracle and making an oath to establish a kingdom. Isn't this too ridiculous? Regarding this story, even the internal members of Sunset Church have their own debates. Gilbert stared at the guest with a warning gaze. Especially the main point of the oath. Priestess Meljen. Meljen returned Gilbert's gaze. She seemed to be displeased, but she also seemed to be teasing him. Our count was not satisfied with the story in Sunset Scripture to enlighten the believers. Meljen looked at Thales with a gentle gaze. But it is fine. In the next second, Meljen's expression became serious again. Because no matter how ridiculous it is and how it cannot withstand a thorough investigation, it is fine. 700 years ago, this story spread, and it took root in the hearts of the people. Meljen spoke faintly, and her words made Thales frown. Tormund was no longer the remaining prince of the evil empire. He was no longer a foreign warrior who invaded his homeland to eat, drink, and use. He was no longer an illegitimate bastard with a lowly status and questionable bloodline. He was also no longer an ambitious and brutal warlord who had his own army. When he heard these adjectives, Thales was shocked. This time, Gilbert did not hold back. He shouted sternly to stop her. Priestess Meljen. But Meljen did not care. Her gaze was dark. Instead, it's a person who is recognized by the unreachable gods in the eyes of the believers, who is praised by zealous cultivators, who is inspired by the setting sun, who is grateful for the afterglow of the holy sun, and who swears to work hard to create a paradise in the world, the king of Renaissance. Thales' expression froze. Gilbert still pursed his lips. By the looks of it, he was quite angry. From then on, Tormund no longer needed to cruelly execute every local who refused to submit to his rule as an example to others. He no longer needed to be wary of whether the water from the well he fetched from the village was poisoned to ensure his safety. He no longer needed to worry about finding a reliable place to stay or a source of soldiers so that he could fight again. Thales' expression became more and more serious. He understood the meaning behind her words. Until the day he succeeded in his hegemony, and the kingdom was established, Sunset Goddess became the guardian goddess of the Jade Star royal family. She witnessed the coronation and death of every king. Priestess Meljen spoke with a serious expression. From then on, Sunset Temple and the Jade Star royal family's fate were intertwined, and it was difficult to separate them. Intertwined with the Jade Star royal family's fate, Thales quietly repeated these words. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Meljen paused for a moment before she spoke faster. From the 1st century of the calendar of eradication, King of Peace, Kessel I renovated the temple. He took in a large number of believers and was praised by all. Blade, Tormund II appointed Bishop Longdong as the prime minister. He obeyed the will of the heavens, spread his faith, and enjoyed the credit of expanding his territory. Benevolent King, Sumer I was a devout believer. He practiced what he preached, and in the end, he moved the goddess. He received the miracle of rain, and he resolved the drought that lasted for years. Six-fingered Horus I swore an oath under the Sunset Temple statue. He received God's protection, and the people were united to fight against the heretics who came from the other side of the ocean. Jackal Sumer III made a declaration. He proclaimed the national religion, and he established his faith. Virtuous King Mindes III promoted theology. He sealed the scriptures and taught it to the cultivators. Every time Meljen spoke of an example, Thales' thoughts would jump, and he was forced to search for the knowledge that matched what she said in his history lessons. But at the same time, he could not help but notice that as the priestess spoke, Gilbert's eyebrows gradually furrowed, and his coughing became more intense. For the sake of the kingdom, Thales, if our hearts are not united, it will be even more difficult for our strength to be united. Let me ask you, if your people's beliefs, what they respect, and what they care about are not the same, you will not fit in with their world. Then, how will you rule the kingdom when you sit on the throne in the future? Her words caused Thales' expression to gradually turn solemn. He suddenly realized that the theology that the other party was talking about and the theology that he understood were far from the same kind of thing. And the truth behind these stories is that we have always lived in a world with gods, regardless of whether you acknowledge their miracles and understand their might. They might seem to be so high that we cannot reach them, but they have never left our world, and they have deeply affected our lives. Melgen's expression darkened. They are sometimes mysterious, but sometimes obvious. They seem to have traces of them, but we cannot figure them out. Priestess Melgen straightened her priest robe and said softly, "Their words are as powerful as 1,000,000 soldiers. This is the power of faith." Thales was silent. He did not speak for a long time. But a few seconds later, Melgen's tone became lively again. Priestess Melgen ignored Gilbert's frowning expression and said with a smile, "Hence, my duty in this class, Thales." Melgen stared at him straight in the eyes. "Thales, my duty in this class is not to encourage you to believe in something, not to point out where the true God is, and not to teach you how to memorize the rules of the scriptures. Instead, during the process of discussing this question with you, I am to help you discover the relationship between yourself and God, and to help you understand the distance between yourself and God." Melgen stared at him. "To help you better understand yourself. Regardless of whether you are immortal right now, or if you will rule the kingdom in the future." Thales frowned slightly. "Understand myself." What she said at that moment made him remember the indescribable and incredibly mysterious powerful mystic in the critical realm. From his view of God to understanding himself, is this a coincidence? Melgen smiled and said, "Because what we are going to explore today is not just a subject about God. It is also a subject about people." A thought appeared in Thales' mind. "So, theology," he asked with great interest, "is a subject about people? Is it a subject about people?" Melgen smiled and did not answer him directly. "And you might as well let go of your hostility. Just let the poor Count Casso over there guard them." Gilbert coughed a few times in an unnatural manner again. A few seconds passed. Thales raised his head with a faintly discernible heaviness and smiled awkwardly. "Then, all right." Melgen smiled. "All right, I have to admit at least one thing," Thales said quietly in his heart. "She really knows how to talk." Even Gilbert did not have the right to interrupt. At the very least, Thales no longer dared to underestimate the elderly priestess in front of him. He no longer dared to look down on this theology class that sounded like a lot of nonsense, but actually had a profound meaning hidden between the lines. But he still underestimated her ability. "And for our first class, Thales, let us talk about a problem that has been troubling you for a few years, a problem that has been troubling us for thousands of years. Troubling me for a few years, and troubling all of you for thousands of years." The Duke of Star Lake raised his head in puzzlement. In the next second, Liv Melgen, the sunset priestess who rarely used honorifics to address him, spoke with her usual expression. She casually uttered a word, "I'm sorry." "Magic." The prince's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 532. "I don't." Thales had to use the overturned teacup to hide his surprise. Then, the young veiled nun beside Melgen came forward enthusiastically and skillfully to help him clean up the mess on the table in a very inconsiderate manner. "I don't understand." But this time, Melgen did not say a word. She quietly observed the prince behind the study table. "This is that boy. The boy who is related to the kingdom's future." When he heard about magic, his expression showed that he was slightly surprised. He was not like the old nobles who were born shrewd and calculative, who were polite and full of pretense. But he was not like the new nobles in the capital who were cautious, and ambitious. Gilbert was a little caught off guard. "Priestess Melgen. I thought we were only having a theology lesson today, and you were explaining the knowledge related to God to His Highness. As I said, theology has never been the study of God alone. Meljen interrupted Gilbert's protest. This idiot, who seemed to be very smart to others, was still so slow and hopeless. She continued to size up Duke Thales before her. The young Duke looked a little thin, and he reminded her of the poor people who crowded outside the blessed places during winter while they waited for help. But his eyes were bright and full of expression, sharp and alert. That was not all. Meljen could also tell from his other actions, such as his natural and casual sitting posture, his quick and rhythmic movements, and his bold and direct way of speaking, that he was not a traditional prince of Constellation. At least, he was not like the previous ones. Meljen glanced at the prince's clothes again. The colors were dark, and the style was conservative. But the details of his collar, cuffs, and other areas were designed in a new shape. Along with the silver thread that was hidden in place, it complemented the 9-pointed star brooch. The priestess nodded in secret. It seems like the royal tailors have also been enlightened. They know how to remodel styles and innovate fashions. Perhaps it was because he was tired of the heavy and old-fashioned trend in the circle of nobles in Eternal Star City, which had lasted for more than 10 years after the Bloody Year. Because the master of Renaissance Palace had a preference for classic and cool colors, the normal tailors in the capital city, who used trendy designs and bold colors as their selling points, were almost forced into a corner. However, Meljen paused for a moment before she understood. No, although the royal tailors of the palace often let themselves go and practice their skills in the clothing design of the various noble families, most of the customers who knew nothing about aesthetics would only show their amazement and appreciation for the realistic acting on their faces to match their sky-high hiring fees. They did not have the reason nor the courage to experiment on the second prince who had just returned and attracted the attention of the entire kingdom. This was not a new design. Megan's heart thumped. The prince was wearing the favorite style of the previous owner of this hall more than 10 years ago. She looked at the count who was still chattering away and continued to ignore the warning look in his eyes. By the looks of it, he had been working hard for many years, and he had almost turned Renaissance Palace into his second home. However, would it really work? Megan smiled faintly. You know what I'm saying, Thales. She called out the prince's name without a care in the world, ignoring his status. Beneath the gods, souls were of equal value. Titles were useless, but piety was supreme. Wasn't that so? In this world, not every child is fortunate enough to experience the confrontation between calamities and dragons. Meljen was satisfied when she saw the prince's expression turn solemn. Over the past few years, have you not been troubled, curious, or seeking an explanation for the disaster that happened in Dragon Cloud City? Thales' gaze froze. Dragon Cloud City. When you heard the rumors of the calamities destroying the world, watched the drama of the Battle of Eradication, read the descriptions of their different appearances, and listened to the vague explanations given by the noble teachers, did you really accept everything? Magic. Thales leaned against the back of his chair and frowned. So, this is the problem that has troubled you for years. Because of my experience in Dragon Cloud City. Not because. Under the table, Thales pinched his left palm and felt the scars left behind by the countless slashes from the dagger. He let go of his nervousness and all the possibilities he had thought about just now. Did the Secret Intelligence Department find some suspicious clues while they were monitoring me? Did the half-baked doctor, Ramon, get exposed? Did he leave behind clues while he was searching for books in Dragon Cloud City? Did he give himself away in class with Asda? Did little rascal inadvertently leak the secret? Or did some ugly old witch, whom I have not seen for many years, stab me in the back and spread rumors? Priestess Meljen, you should have discussed this with me beforehand. Gilbert's coughing suddenly stopped, and it was replaced by a sigh. Meljen turned her head around gracefully. There is no need to hide it, and there is no need to cover it up. Sunset knew how much effort it took for her to stop herself from instinctively calling her an idiot. She maintained her smile and said, "Count Casso. Talking about wizards will not bring about calamities, and reflecting on magic will not lead to the end." Her blunt choice of words caused Gilbert's expression to change drastically. Only those who refuse to come to their senses and blindly believe in superstition will walk down the wrong path. Meljen turned her head around and looked straight at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face. "It is precisely because of ignorance and arrogance." Thales was silent for a long while. Gilbert's sigh became deeper. "A long time ago, I have already explained the evilness of the calamities to your highness." Meljen's tone was gentle. She retorted without showing any signs of weakness. "Count Casso, do you really think that he is an idiot who will run off to eat, drink, and be merry after class and no longer care about the content of his studies? Do you really think that he will be free of worries, be willing to be ignorant, and no longer care about the things that once threatened his life for the rest of his life?" Gilbert was slightly speechless. Both he and the priestess looked at the prince behind the desk at the same time. But Thales only remained silent. He was thinking about the unknown. Gilbert's tone became slightly weaker. "He is still young," but Meljen's retort became even more forceful. "He is already old enough." The old priestess said coldly, "If magic has truly stimulated the teenager's uncontrollable curiosity, then there is no need for him to wait until now. During the 6 years when he was away from your sight, he had already indulged himself and was addicted to it. He ignored all taboos and did not know where he should go." Gilbert looked at the prince and frowned slightly. He did not say anything else. "All right." The teenager, who had been filled with complicated thoughts and had become nervous a few seconds ago, exhaled. "All right, indeed." The prince's tone became relaxed again. "I do want to know." Thales smiled faintly and said sincerely, "Magic and the calamities. Gilbert talked about it a long time ago. The extensions also talked about it a little, but not much." Gilbert's expression changed again. "Look, Thales. All the gods know thy perplexity." Meljen looked at him amiably. She looked confident. "If thou believest, the gods will protect thee." "Oh, Sunset. If you protect me," Thales did not bother to hide his sigh. "Can I stop being such a charlatan?" Meljen looked at his expression, and she understood what he meant. As expected, he did not believe in God since he grew up in the north. This was not strange. Ever since the Battle of Eradication, most of the Northerners no longer believed in the gods that were once revered as orthodox by the Empire, or any beliefs that were connected to them. Instead, they believed in the things brought by the founding king, who was not ashamed to have interbred with abnormal beasts. Barbaric and ignorant, arrogant and conceited. Meljen pursed her lips. God knows how much Bright Moon Temple and Dark Night Temple sacrificed to survive in that land. But this is the amazing thing about faith, isn't it? Just like how I was many years ago. I was also immersed in vanity and impulsiveness. I thought I understood my own life and found what I wanted in this world, so I ignored the teachings and arrangements of the gods. Fortunately, the gods are impartial and have no grudges. They only have protection and tolerance. Meljen gratefully made a prayer gesture in her sleeve, which Thales could not see. This way, the nervous little Nia behind her did not have to repeat after her. First of all, where did magic come from? Thales maintained his smile and shrugged to show that he did not know. You must be joking. It would be great if I knew. No, it would be terrible if she knew that I knew. Meljen gestured at the young nun behind her. Nia. The seemingly thin and pitiful veiled girl received the hint. She laboriously but carefully took out a large square box that shone with a metallic luster from the luggage they brought and placed it on Thales' study table. Wait a minute, it's not a box. It's made from thin plates that are stacked together from top to bottom. There are no gaps. It seems to be more like a book. The picture on the top of the metal box was a lifelike carving of a king dressed in military attire surrounded by a crowd. The carving style was simple and plain, but it was easy to understand. There were also some symbols carved around it that Thales found very familiar. They were similar to the language of the ancient empire. What is this? Thales frowned. He instinctively reached out to flip open the metal book. Asterisk slap. Asterisk, don't touch it. Thales felt pain on the back of his hand. He retracted his palm in shock, but he realized that the person who hit him was the young nun called Nia. Nia habitually extended her hand. He could vaguely see the fierce look on her face under her veil. It was as if she had done this action countless times to warn those who wanted to touch the metal book. But in the next second, when the young nun realized who she hit, she instantly panicked. Nia lowered her head and muttered softly, yes, no. Thales could only smile awkwardly. What else could he do? Let Doyle come in, drag her out, and kill her. Let Doyle come in, drag her out, and kill her. But Priestess Meljen quickly helped him out of his predicament. This is a metal nameplate found in King Anzac's tomb. King Anzac. Thales' gaze flickered. Wait, I've read this name before. Thales racked his brain and recalled the time he spent in the library in Dragon Cloud City. But it was clear that Meljen did not intend to give him the chance to show off his memories and knowledge. The bloodthirsty orcs who worshipped their ancestors went south to expand their territory, the elven kingdoms who worshipped nature were at the height of their hegemony, and the dwarven kings who worshipped iron and fire were ambitious. There were also great dragons and adversity beasts. Thales moved. What? Meljen had no choice but to stop again. She sighed. A certain archaeological discovery showed that many years before the appearance of humans' pictures and words, our world was ruled by many gigantic beasts. They were unimaginably huge. The great dragons were just the head of them. They traveled between the sky and the earth without fear. They ruled over the mountains and the oceans. They used the world as their hunting grounds and the living creatures as their slaves. They did whatever they wanted to the insignificant insects, and they displayed boundless might. It was only then that Thales understood. Nia flipped to another page. A man with a crown stood at the top of the city wall. Many figures stood beside him. Some of them held weapons, some were dressed in long robes, and some leaned on their staffs. Among human beings, there is such a group of strategists. With their experience and wisdom, they give advice dutifully in the tents of the tribes, in the palaces of the nobles, and in the towers of the cities, trying to fight for a chance of respite for human beings. They were no different from Count Casso over there. In the distance, Gilbert's expression became a little darker. At that time, the dangerous environment practically forced the humans, who had the lowest status and were the weakest, to a dead end. Nia flipped to the next page. The engraving on this page attracted Thales' attention. In the boundless sky, an indistinct figure appeared in the picture of the sun. It looked down sternly and extended its arm to the king and his strategists. Until the gods looked down and pitied the weak. Meljen's words became more profound. Prophets and gods' messengers descended one after another to point out the future path for humans and spread the faith of the gods. And the group of people I mentioned, Meljen raised her head. Some of them accepted the gods and their faith. They were pious and humble. Others are skeptical, and some even scoff at it, disapproving of it. Thales shuddered. He then saw Nia flip to the next page. Under the sun, the man with the crown stood in the middle. There were a few groups of people standing beside him. The two groups at the end of the left and right were the most eye-catching. The people on the right bowed and worshipped with humble expressions. The people on the left stood with their backs to the king, and their movements were different. Thales's expression became solemn when he saw the two groups of people standing beside the king. Melgen's words continued. The former built churches, rooted themselves in the people, and educated the people. The latter gathered together and formed their own faction. They opened up a different path. Melgen's words changed. And this was the beginning of the division between faith and magic, priests and wizards, temples, churches, and magic tower. Thales could not help but speak after he figured it out. What? He looked at Melgen. She only smiled faintly. Now, do you know why the knowledge about the mysterious magic that has disappeared in the past is only mentioned in our theology classes? Thales was in slight disbelief. Faith and magic come from the same source. The old priestess became serious. She said sternly, they depend on each other and prove their importance. Thales stared at Priestess Melgen in a daze. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Melgen did not stop talking. She had the presence of a towering mountain. Even Gilbert could not help but become solemn and serious. They were originally brothers, and they were both enlightened by the gods. Melgen sighed slowly. But the eldest is loyal, and the youngest is rebellious. There was a faint hint of respect in Melgen's words. But they worked hard for one goal, the survival and prosperity of humans. Thales listened to her in shock and bewilderment. He thought that this was another way of speaking. Faith and magic, religion and wizards come from the same source. The eldest son of God remolded the people's spirits. He brought them the belief to protect and save the people. He made them cast aside their weakness and dispel their fear. The youngest son of God gave the people powerful weapons so that they could move more freely in the victory that was bound to come. As Nia flipped through the pages, many scenes on the metal nameplate entered Thales' eyes. Escape. Banquets. Mobilization. Weddings. Celebrations. Wars. Funerals. There were many more. But those two groups of people would occasionally appear. Those who bowed always sang loudly during ceremonies and banquets, while those who turned their backs always appeared on battlefields and city walls. Thales looked at the simple but profound carvings and frowned. As the two of them worked together without saying anything, humans gradually rose to power and counterattacked. Melgen's tone softened a little. The old priestess took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. In the end, on Quaker ice plains, in that unprecedented battle where both sides placed all their chips on the line and gambled on the future, King Anzac and the other 6 human kings charged into the orcs, tens of thousands of heavy infantrymen with their pious faith and 3,000 cavaliers who faced death with equanimity. Thales was instantly shocked. This story is, they never came back, but at the cost of their lives, they successfully killed the ancient orc supreme sacred chief. Nia flipped to the last few pages. The king was covered in wounds. He hugged his sword and lay quietly in the middle of the battlefield. But the huge figures holding human heads had long since disappeared. Only countless tiny figures held their horses and spears as they surrounded the king. They raised their flags and stood solemnly. In the sky, the clouds dispersed, and light shone on the battlefield. Having lost their holy chief, the leaderless ancient orcs were defeated. Melgen raised her head and spoke in a clear voice. Hence, the battle that started a new era was called the Holiness Exorcism Campaign. Thales fell silent. Panting lightly, Nia laboriously closed the metal inscription book. The 10 or so pages covered the records of King Anzac's magnificent life from 1,000 years ago. The Holiness Exorcism is over, and the old times have changed. The bravery of the orcs is no longer terrifying. The rule of the elves has declined, and the arrogance of the dwarves has disappeared. The fear brought by the great dragons and the disaster beasts has finally become an unverifiable legend. Thus, the foreign races hid themselves everywhere, and the faith of the gods spread throughout the world. Melgen's expression was gloomy as she looked at the sunset outside the window. The golden age of mankind is about to arrive. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 533. Nia closed the metal nameplate and dragged it back into the luggage laboriously again. In a short period of silence, Thales thought about the story on Anzac's nameplate, or rather, the story Melgen told him through the nameplate. The old priestess averted her gaze from the setting sun outside the window and waited quietly for Thales. She seemed to have expected this silence. Faith and magic came from the same source. The holiness exorcism campaign resulted in the rise of humans. Thales repeated the story. What flashed in his mind was his first meeting with Asda. Wizards seek the truth of the world. They use all sorts of ingenious methods and wisdom to use the resources and energy of the world to serve a better world. Melgen glanced at him before she spoke in a languid manner. You're right. But this is only the beginning. There was a faint hint of pity in the old priestess' voice. Once the enemies from the outside are gone, differences arise. Their attitudes towards the gods and faith eventually caused the elder and the youngest to go their separate ways, and they gradually drifted apart. The elder and the youngest. So, this is their explanation. It's really hard for them to come up with this explanation that is similar to Abel and Cain. Thales sighed in his heart. The eldest son of the god versus the youngest son of the god. Loyalty, rebellion. If I did not know, I thought Artanis was arguing against the insect swarm, the prince mocked quietly. Melgen, who had very sharp ears, frowned. Artanis? Who? Thales raised his head and smiled innocently and sincerely. It's nothing. It's just a joke from a certain Northland. Melgen pursed her lips. The corners of her lips were sharp. The old priestess quickly returned to her lecturing state. Hence, for thousands of years, under the attention of the gods and the practice of men, the eldest son and the youngest son, faith and magic, the church and wizards fought endlessly. They went back and forth on different paths and beliefs. Wait a minute. Thales narrowed his eyes at the perfect moment to interrupt her. So, based on what you said, the difference between faith and magic is because the believers believe in the gods, while the wizards do not. Can I understand it this way? The believers believe in the gods when it comes to things they do not know, while the wizards only believe in themselves. Melgen did not reply immediately. She looked at Thales quietly, and there was a slight ripple in her eyes. She recalled that 2 days ago, when she came to the house of God's grace, she visited Archdeacon Stylianides, who was looking forward to finding books and preparing for her lessons. Megan unintentionally glanced at the book. It was the 1024 lines of the church's classic hymn, Light Illuminates 10,000 Miles. She also brought High Priestess Lycia's greetings and informed him that the duty of teaching Prince Thales come Duke of Star Lake will be taken over by him. To a certain extent, its place in their hearts is no different from how our God is in our hearts. In fact, it might even surpass it. This unfamiliar God possesses a domineering, cruel, indifferent, and merciless power that far surpasses all the existences that have been worshipped and revered since ancient times. Melgen's tone gradually turned cold. The law is strict, and the hegemony is supreme. Those who doubt it will find it difficult to question it, and those who go against it will not be tolerated. Thales was puzzled. Are you saying that they worship the concept and principle of magic itself as a god? Melgen only snorted softly. She did not answer him directly. As for the millions of believers who were once infected and brainwashed by it, regardless of whether they are wizards or not, and whether they have the ability to control magic, they are even worse. They believe that they are the orthodox religion and denounce those who do not believe in it. They are even more fanatical than the believers of all gods and demons. They are many times more hypocritical, but they do not know it. Fanatical, hypocritical, but they do not know it. Thales was dumbfounded. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered a long, long time ago, when he was still on his way to Dragon Cloud City from Black Sand region. His future was uncertain, and he was anxious. At that time, the strange doctor, Ramon, who was very interested in magic, explained it to him like this. Magic is a meaning, an attitude, a belief, and a principle of life. Thales still remembered Ramon's expression at that moment and his tone that was close to madness. This is a wizard. This is a wizard. This is the most important, brilliant, and precious chapter in the history of mankind's rise to power that has been forgotten by everyone. The priestess' words gradually became filled with praise and criticism. They are clearly cultists, but they call themselves non-believers. They clearly have their own standpoint, but they pretend to be neutral. They clearly have countless biased opinions, but they pretend to be objective. They are clearly incompetent and powerless, but they insist on believing that they are fake gods in human form who are above the world. They play with the world and enjoy the admiration of the people. At the same time, they also say in a smug manner that this is the noble attitude of pursuing the truth and researching magic. Melgen's expression tensed up. It was obvious that she was uncomfortable, but she still insisted on finishing her words. So, wizards do not only believe in their own gods, but they are also the worst and most fanatical believers. They are the servants and slaves of God who do not need to pray and repent, receive baptism, listen to the voice, perform holy tasks, or perform holy rites. They can obtain motivation from their gods and are filled with energy to the point of self-orgasm. The old priestess coughed softly. Naya quickly handed her a teacup and massaged her back gently. Servants and slaves of God who are filled with energy to the point of self-orgasm. After listening to the long string of words, Thales took a deep breath and tried hard to chase away the aloof man in blue who automatically took his place in his mind. Wow. Wow. Asta. Looks like, while he was a little surprised, Thales could not help but think in a slightly gloating manner. You have met your match. So, you want to tell me that magic as a religion is wrong, and wizards as believers are bad, and that there are countless bad consequences? Once Melgen was done resting, Thales organized his thoughts and tried hard to direct the topic of conversation towards something he was curious about. And this is why we must resist and ban magic. But against his expectations, when she was asked this question, Priestess Melgen, who seemed to be very pious and hated magic, paused for a moment. She seemed to be thinking about it, and she looked a little lost and hesitant. She cast a profound glance at the sunset outside the window. I don't know. Thales was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean? Melgen looked away and shook her head. As believers of our God, tolerance and strictness are our commandments. So, we cannot be so arbitrary. We cannot make a judgment and say that magic itself is wrong just because we see that the consequences are not harmonious. When he heard her answer, Thales was a little shocked. The old priestess rubbed her arms. While she thought about it, she said cautiously, at most, we can say that countless wizards in history, countless people who used magic and worshipped magic have done many wrong things. Melgen's thoughts seemed to have cleared up a little. She then nodded. But if so many people who worshipped magic as their creed all did wrong things, the old priestess sighed slowly. Who can say that the supreme magic itself is definitely pure and untainted, and that it is not involved? So, I do not know the answer. And I cannot mislead you. Thales felt a little dizzy from this series of judgments that first pursued her fiercely, then gently let her off the hook. You have confused me. Melgen turned her head around and smiled apologetically at Thales. But I can find another angle. The priestess returned to her gentle and soft tone. Just as I said in the beginning, this is a field of knowledge about people. When I believe in our God, what is important is not how great and omnipotent I believe in her, even though she is, but whether I can become better after I believe in her. Can I become more beneficial to myself, others, and everything else? Meljen looked at him with a smile. Thales, I believe that God does not want us to worship them and be blindly superstitious. Instead, he wants us to look at each other with tolerance and compassion, and reflect on ourselves. Do not be blindly superstitious. Thales had a strange expression on his face. These words actually came from a believer. Meljen thought about it for a while before she sighed with emotion. I believe that we believe in God so that we can become better. It is not to make God more superior. That is not our duty, and it should not be. As long as we do not misunderstand God, it will not mislead us. Meljen sucked in a deep breath. So, back to our question just now, is magic good or bad? The two sons of God, belief in magic, came from the same source, but there is a difference between the older and the younger. Meljen looked up, and there was a much firmer look in her eyes. As the eldest sons of God, when we believe in God, what we should believe in is the humility, self-reflection, sincerity, and kindness that we can obtain when we are in front of God. This is the key to belief. As for the youngest sons of God, in history, what they are most easily deceived by is the greed, desire, indignation, and arrogance born after they abandon God and become independent. This is the tragedy of magic. The humility and self-reflection when they are in front of God. The greed and desire to abandon God and become independent. Thales sat up straight without realizing it. Strange. These words sound very familiar. He realized once again that if he treated this old woman, who answered while thinking, sometimes paused, and sometimes hesitated, as a fanatic believer who only had "God is great" in her mind, he would be wrong. And it had been a long time since Gilbert interrupted her. And every time the youngest son becomes the ruler, he instigates people to question God and their beliefs, and exaggerates his own power and status. In the end, what emerges is the arrogance and ignorance of the mortals. Thales quirked an eyebrow. This is a humanistic religion. So, what you're trying to say is... The prince tried to keep up with the other party's words, which had been immersed in religious language for a long time. Magic is not wrong, but those who believe in magic can walk towards the sorrows of magic. Walk towards depravity. Plant the seeds of evil. Meljen smiled. It is not just magic, my child. It is not just magic. The expression on her face became much more benevolent. In every era, every person will have their own beliefs and their own God. Kings believe in power, merchants believe in wealth, artists believe in love, nobles believe in status, scholars believe in knowledge. There are too many of them, and magic is not the only one. Kings believe in power. Thales tensed up. But no matter what you believe in, the faith in your heart that is originally flawless can be tainted, and it can be replaced without you even knowing it. It can change from reverence towards God's great achievements, from the knowledge of one's own insignificance, from the need to be humble, from the countless good things that can be brought about by faith, to something else. Meljen said solemnly, so, no, it is not magic that brought about the path of the youngest, but the path of the youngest corrupts the people who believe in magic. Thales pondered. Such as... Meljen was silent for a while before she began to think. Her expression changed gradually. Sometimes, it was sentimental, and sometimes, it was sad. For example, every time the greed in people's eyes to demand things from the outside world is boundless, and it far exceeds the share they deserve in this world, when this greed is enough to make them ignore pain, the price they have to pay, their lives and happiness, and when they raise their hands, they tear apart their own souls to chase after the ultimate and perfect self, the ultimate and perfect self, Thales felt as if something had touched his nerves. In reality, Meljen continued speaking. Every time, the people in the world no longer revere them, no longer glorify their beliefs, no longer admit their limits, no longer believe that there are things that they cannot reach, things that they do not know, and laws that cannot be defied. Thales suddenly remembered the first time he met Asda in the chess room on the night his fate changed. Stand above the heavens, surpass the gods, and look down on all life. The priestess words began to mix with the voice in his head, but they were incredibly clear. Every time, the people in the world no longer humbly face their own weakness and ignorance. Instead, they use it as an excuse to justify their insatiable greed. The prison of bones and the entrance to Black Prison flashed before Thales' eyes. The strange emblem that looked like a deep eye flashed in front of his eyes, along with the row of words under it. Leads to omniscience. Meljen's sigh traveled into his ears slowly. Every time, the people in the world pursue power and omnipotence at all costs. They think that this is the only beautiful and correct choice. Thales lowered his head and frowned. The strange Dr. Ramon's passionate words appeared in his memories. Magic is the sum of all knowledge, discoveries, and truths. With the advancement of magic, humans can become more perfect, greater, more improved, and closer to the truth. Meljen's sigh brought Thales back to reality. Every time, the people in the world believe in something or someone, and they will do whatever it takes to reach the extreme, then, we know that the path of the youngest should be taken. The people are not far from falling and suffering the consequences of their own actions. Meljen was silent for a while. She picked up the teacup that Nia had refilled. Thales quietly rubbed the scar on his left hand. He did not say a word. After a while, Meljen, who had finished drinking, said slowly, 2,000 years ago, the unified belief in the supreme bright God created the endless glory of the ancient empire. 1,000 years ago, the belief in the Holy Sun rose to power, and it witnessed the revival of the final empire. When she said this, yearning and respect could not help but flash in the priestess' eyes. But then, her expression became gloomy. However, when the utilitarian creed of magic overshadowed the noble persistence of belief, bright God Church collapsed on its own, and it foretold the decline and division of the ancient empire. And the wizard's insane and bottomless pursuit of power brought about the greatest crisis since ancient times. It lasted until the Battle of Eradication, when they suffered the consequences of their own actions and brought about their own destruction, marking the end of the final empire. When she said this, Meljen raised her head and looked straight at Thales. Her gaze was stern. And you, child, you have long since seen the power, terror, cruelty, and madness of those monsters. In the distance, Gilbert wanted to say something, but did not. Thales sucked in a deep breath. He felt that his thoughts were in a mess. Calamities. Meljen observed him and nodded slowly. Calamities. And that is just one of the consequences of their actions, even though it is the worst. Even though he had obtained the answer countless times from the hints given by Ramon, Asda, and the ancient books, when the authoritative church in this world told him so openly, Thales realized that he still could not get used to it. The young duke remembered the night of dragon's blood, and the scent of blood that had once faded seemed to return to his nose again. It made him feel nauseous. Remember, this is the path of the youngest. It is born of arrogance, and after experiencing countless things, it will finally lead to regret. It is the favorite of demons, the darling of evil, the cradle of calamities, and the starting point of misfortune. Meljen's tone suddenly became tense. And Thales, you have to be even more vigilant. The prince was slightly shocked. Me? Meljen said sternly, because the path of the youngest has countless forms of harm. It will take on many forms, change names, and change forms. It will appear in various eras, and it will linger on like a shadow. Those who seize power will talk about survival, those who pursue benefits will talk about prosperity, those who indulge in lust will sing about freedom, those who seek status will use dignity as an excuse, and those who seek knowledge will use curiosity. Those who are blinded by a single leaf will bring about their own destruction. This is definitely not just an example of magic. Meljen paused for a moment. Thales sucked in a deep breath and tried hard to clear his chaotic feelings. He sees logic. But, based on what you said, Madam Priestess, could it be that your belief in your god will not become a victim of the path of the youngest? Meljen's expression changed slightly. Thales observed the man's reaction. For example, the people of the current era believe in the sunset goddess, so much so that they blindly believe in her and are fanatical about her. They will suppress those who oppose them at all costs, and they will go to extremes. Furthermore, your statement right now and your resolute answer have fallen into the trap of the path of the youngest, haven't they? The old priestess was silent. But against his expectations, Thales saw Meljen's expression turn a little gloomy, even though he thought that she was going to avoid the main point and use clever words to defend herself. Of course. Beside the priestess, Nia listened very seriously. Thales did not doubt that if she was given a pen, she would immediately start taking notes. It would be detailed and comprehensive, and she might even have her thoughts on the important points. Meljen sighed softly. Even though I do not want to mention it, yes, you are right. Thales frowned. During the years when our ancestors fought against magic, wizards, and the path of the youngest, Bright God Church, which spread far and wide, once recruited the temple guards to punish heretics. The generous and selfless Church of the Holy Sun also set up a court to correct bad habits and correct beliefs. Meljen's expression was solemn, and her gaze was wary. Fanatical believers do not care about bottom lines. They only care about their stance when they reject others. They suppress the remaining voices and believe that they are the only one in the world. The methods they use are also incredibly sinister, and they do everything they can. They are useless when spreading their religion, and their efforts are futile. They also make countless enemies, and their infamy spreads far and wide. In the end, they lose themselves, and their sins are grave. Meljen raised her head solemnly, as if the thing that pressed down on her shoulders was not the priestess robe, but a heavy history. That is the ugliest and most unbearable page in the history of belief and the Church. Thales frowned and looked at her. To revere certain things and certain paths excessively, to infinitely elevate their high statuses, to cast aside respect and bottom lines, to look down on other paths and choices, and to ignore the will and meaning of others is precisely the disaster of the path of the youngest. In history, many of my brothers and sisters, who were supposed to be the eldest son of God's believers, gradually lost their original hearts and forgot their duty. In the end, they sadly walked down the same path. They were conceited, arrogant, ignorant, and unaware of their own selves. Meljen sighed softly, and it was clear that she felt pity and sorrowful. They did not pass the test, and they walked down the path that they should have tried their best to reject. When she said this, Meljen began to pray again, and it shocked Nia, who was listening attentively by the side. She also prayed in a flurry. Gods are perfect by nature, so perfect that they can even tolerate imperfections, such as their believers. Gods have limitless power, the priestess continued. But it does not mean that those who believe in them also have limitless power and supreme authority. They act on behalf of the heavens and speak for God. Meljen's voice echoed in the room, and it made everyone think deeply. So, when we reflect on the disaster brought about by magic, we must also be careful. We must reflect, and ask questions. We cannot let our enemies, who we are most wary of, take advantage of us and fall from grace. Only by glorifying ourselves can we glorify God. If we believe too much in gods, it will be easy for us to lose ourselves. Meljen finished praying and did not speak anymore. As if everything had come to an end, the room was silent for a long time. Thales tried his best to get rid of the heaviness in his emotions and think of something lighter. Interesting. He curled up the corners of his lips. So, based on what Priestess Meljen said just now, not only can I not believe in God, I cannot believe in God too much. If I don't believe in God, my world will forever be missing a part. But if I believe in God too much, the path of the youngest will be waiting for me. So, what is God? Atsundra. It was only when the mages gained power and magic ruled the world that countless problems from the Three Towers, which could be considered a few organizations among the mages, began to threaten our existence. How did the gods receive faith? What is God? Why does God exist? Megan's words were very calm. But Thales took a deep breath. 3 pagodas. True enough. Meljen spoke with great interest. Their suspicions and refutations force us to not only focus on practice and action, but also to focus on belief and spirit. We have to delve deeper into the range of theories and exploration to improve ourselves. Thales smiled and nodded at Meljen. He understood. That familiar feeling just now was not a coincidence. Humility, reflection, vigilance, that was the familiarity that Asda felt when he was lecturing. At the same time, Meljen's words today showed Sunset Temple's ideology and views. That was definitely not the result of a religion, a church, or some believers shutting themselves off and working hard for thousands of years. Instead, it was the result and product of countless capable people who were motivated and worked hard for thousands of years while facing the challenges from the mages. Thales bit his lower lip gently. It was just as the old crow said, just like how Extat and Constellation influenced each other and shaped each other during their long confrontations. Magic. Over thousands of years, they were also one of the heroes who shaped faith, the church, and the temple into their current state while they fought and stood against each other. But that was not all. Meljen continued to speak. This is just an example. It is precisely because the path of the youngest is not only born from magic, but also from the church. Hence, every time magic and mages flourish, and every time faith and the temple decline, it will prompt the knowledgeable people in the church to start reflecting. It will prompt them to let go of their prejudices and stubbornness, cast aside their conservative ways and form, and truly listen to the oracle with devotion. Priestess Meljen looked straight at Thales. Reflect on yourself. Reform the church. Seize opportunities. Meljen spoke in a profound manner. Just like the sacred priestess Jade from 1,000 years ago. After she was ravaged and raped by the army, she hung herself in the dilapidated church. She saw Holy Son Errol's mysterious message and asked her to stop the steed of Kessel VI, who was later known as the Emperor of Poison, at the risk of being beheaded. Just like the prophet Mahathir from 700 years ago. When he was dying on the battlefield after the calamity wreaked havoc, he heard Sunset Goddess's decree and extended a helping hand to find his fated king of Renaissance. When he heard this, Thales noticed that Gilbert's expression had turned sour again while he was listening by the side. So, even when magic was prevalent, the mages controlled the court, monopolized knowledge, and looked down on the rest. Even when the path of the youngest was the most respected, and it was powerful and domineering, Meljen's expression was rather touched. The believers of God still held fast to their faith. They cleaned up the dilapidated churches and temples, all so that the humans, who were so confident and arrogant that they became blind and impulsive, had one more choice. Hence, after Bright God Church came the Church of Holy Sun, and after the Battle of Eradication came Sunset Temple. Thales did not pay attention to the old priestess expression. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Nun Nia. The prince curled his lips and flashed her a bright smile. The young nun noticed the prince's smile. She shuddered slightly and instinctively turned around to avoid it, revealing her red ears. But that was enough. Thale's gaze moved past Nia and landed on the luggage on the ground, which was revealed after she turned around. It was an ancient metal nameplate that belonged to King Anzac's tomb. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. He did not care about the fact that it made Nia even more flustered. Over the past thousands of years, the kingdom's secret intelligence department was not the only one who kept traces of magic and wizards after the world cleansing project. It also included their greatest enemy. So, Thales, what is magic? Thales was momentarily lost in his thoughts and did not pay attention to it. But fortunately, the kind Meljen did not ask him to answer. Magic is a mirror. It brings disaster through the path of the youngest. It makes us realize its absurdity and the wrong path we might take. It forces us to face our own weaknesses, discover our better selves, and return to the path of the eldest. As I said, the path of the eldest and the youngest depend on each other and prove their importance to each other. Yes. Just like what Meljen said. Magic is like a mirror. Similarly, faith and churches are also the mirror of magic. They reflect, display, and retain the marks of their old enemy of 1,000 years. Isn't that so? When he thought of this, Thales looked at the luggage behind Nia and the outline of the ancient nameplate. His smile became even more sincere. Nia avoided the prince's unscrupulous gaze. She bent down stiffly and picked up the teapot with trembling hands to refill Meljen's cup of tea, which was already very full. Meljen's voice rose again. In fact, the sorrow of magic is a trial that we must go through. It is the bitter fruit that is naturally born when we are immersed in our own sins for a long time without realizing it. It is the wrath and punishment of the gods when we betray the true meaning of our faith, misinterpret the gods' will, ignore our own glory, and fall into the trap of the path of the youngest. This is what it means to us, and perhaps to the world. Besides, Madame Gines told me to give you more time to rest. This caused Thales to be slightly moved. You know Madame Gines. I know many people, Meljen said with a myriad of emotions in her voice, and I have also seen many things. However, the things that God knows and has seen will only be more. However, they only remain silent and protect the living. Thales could only smile politely again. God protects the living. The teenager pinched the scar at the center of his left palm. It was a scar that was left behind many times due to using mystic energy, and it was difficult to get rid of it. All right. If there really is a God, Thales thought in a mocking manner, then it definitely doesn't know me. After he watched Meljen and Nia leave into the distance, Gilbert slowly walked over. He stared at the shattered teacup on the ground and sighed slowly. It seems like the Honorable Priestess Meljen had a great harvest today. Gilbert's choice of words was polite, and his tone was appropriate. But it sounds a little sour. Thales smiled faintly. Take a guess. If I had said earlier that I wanted to visit them frequently in the temple, would she have ended her lessons earlier? Thales quirked an eyebrow. If that is the case, Gilbert looked at Thales with a thought-provoking gaze. Did you understand her lessons? Thales shrugged, raised his right hand, and rubbed the gap between his thumb and index finger. A little. Gilbert's eyes lit up. That's good. Gilbert nodded in understanding, and the sour tone in his voice finally lessened a little. The Foreign Affairs Minister cast a sideways glance at the door. Forgive me for taking my leave, Your Highness. He glared at the door and did not even look at Thales. I still have to catch up and have a not-so-pleasant conversation with Priestess Meljen. Gilbert chased after his guest with a hostile expression. But Thales smiled. He sat down again and thought about what he learned from today's lesson. Your Highness. Did you do anything to that young nun? Thales looked up and noticed that it was Doyle and not the usual servants who came in to help him light up the everlasting lamp at night. Mallows, the watchman, narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms, lectured him afterward. So you said that because the servants did not come, you were forced to help His Highness light up the lamp, and the servants did not come because you sent them to light up the lamp. Doyle, don't you think that there is something wrong with your explanation? Doyle said in puzzlement, I just noticed that when she left, she kept turning around to look at you. She looked very scared. Thales frowned. I didn't do anything. Doyle lit up a lamp. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his expression slowly changed. All right then. But that scary old lady. Thales looked up again. As the lamp was lit up, Doyle was seen mumbling, I was very close, and could not help but listen. You know, the eldest and the youngest depend on each other. What she said made sense, didn't it? Thales stretched his arms and curled up the corners of his lips. Made sense. When he saw that the Duke's interest had been piqued, Doyle quickly turned around to talk to him. Yes. She was quite tolerant towards that nuisance of magic. She was neither hostile nor discriminating against it. She was very gentle, and she spoke much better than the old monk my family hired. He only knew how to nag about things like ancient wizards are all believers of the devil, and they summon calamities to destroy the world. Thales thought for a while before he snorted softly. Aside from her tone, I can't see any gentleness in her stance. Doyle was stunned. Ha! But she did not completely deny magic. She even reflected on the church's own mistakes and said that magic and wizards are the driving force behind their improvement. As he listened to Doyle's words, Thales' expression changed several times. A few seconds later, when Doyle's voice slowly faded away, Thales spoke again. As expected, Gilbert was right. Thales sighed. Grammar lessons are really important. Doyle's smile froze. What? Thales leaned against the back of his chair and looked at the confused Doyle in front of him. He flashed a smile and said, according to Priestess Meljen, this is no longer a matter of whether magic is good or bad. As Thales spoke, he put on a contemplative expression. If the church and their beliefs are corrupted, it must be because they walked down the wrong path and fell into the path of the youngest. He thought about it. Similarly, if magic is beneficial, it must be because the person who uses magic has found the right path and followed the path of the eldest. Doyle rolled his eyes. Gentle. Thales repeated and snorted softly in a thought-provoking manner. Truth be told, I cannot find a more unyielding attitude than this. Doyle first tried his best to understand what Thales meant. Then, he put on an enlightened expression that said, Oh, I see. That's right. Priestess Meljen is neither hostile nor discriminating against magic. Thales did not notice Doyle's expression. Instead, he said in a daze, he said absent-mindedly, on the contrary. She wants to use the name of the gods, to dominate magic. Thales looked out the window with a profound gaze. It was dusk, and the sun was about to disappear from the horizon. And, what leads to the prohibition and taboo of magic? Thales recalled the question he had asked twice since the beginning of the lesson. Meljen did not answer. Is it because she's old and her memory is bad? Or, is it a coincidence? Doyle blinked in bewilderment. He did not know how to flatter Thales next. But Thales ignored him. He only snorted softly and packed up the Sunset Goddess Apostle's axe that he had found for the lesson but never used. Instead, he pulled out a book. Thales looked displeased. He stared at the Sunset Goddess Apostle's axe in a daze and snorted softly from time to time. A few seconds later, the teenage prince flipped it open with a gloomy expression. Then, he took out a damned, luxurious, brand new, sky blue, and made of Rylan hard paper from one of the pages, an invitation. That's right, it's great. The master tailor Damon elegantly put down a tape measure from a plate offered by an apprentice with both hands. Then, he picked up a hard ruler from the plate of another apprentice who was trembling from the sight of the prince. He practically wanted to wave it around like a baton to match his idle chatter. Oh, yes. Originally, I didn't really want to boast, but since your highness has condescended to ask, Thales dared to swear on little rascal's name that he did not ask, I'm embarrassed to avoid answering. That's right. I was the one who designed and tailored their formal attire and customer service. Actually, it's not something worth mentioning. My work is my work. After all, you know, my family has been tailoring clothes for the royal family since my great-grandfather's generation. At that time, the witch queen, Vera, who was famous for being beautiful and picky, chose his work with just one glance out of so many tailors who were competing for the position. So, after all, my family has been around for so many years. Our reputation is tiring, and we're used to it. It's not a big deal. It's just that after our work was released, the tailors in the market always liked to copy our style. In just a few weeks, the entire kingdom would be using the same style. Sometimes, they would even copy one of our mistakes and treat it as a classic. What a joke. I'm not saying that we will make mistakes, Your Highness. It's just that I think there's a need to be humble. After all, after so many years, the Damon family is still the royal tailor. We're the highest judge in the fashion design competition in the capital city. We rely on being humble and low profile, making progress with an open mind, and being conscientious. Fortunately, someone saved him. Vanguard Glover, who was watching from the side, Doyle was punished by Mallows to help the servants transport the lamp oil in the kitchen, said coldly, if you can't finish taking measurements, the Zavak family, who specializes in tailoring the clothes for the Sun, Sword and Shield family, said that they only need 30 seconds to take measurements. Master Damon looked as if he was bitten by a giant dragon. He jumped up from the side of the stool valiantly and almost reached Thales' shoulder. He scowled and glared at Thales amidst the oil and powder on his face. Hey, kid, let me tell you. If you don't believe me, you can take a piece of the Zavak family's clothes. You can tell from the stitches that they are heretics in the world of sewing. They only have what they have today because of the dirty relationship between their ancestors and the Cotton Association. Zombie Glover obviously did not fall for this. He turned around and instructed another young guard. Ness, go and make an appointment with the Zavak family immediately. All right. Master Damon waved his hands fiercely and wrapped up his tools at lightning speed. He kicked the two apprentices up and turned his head around gracefully. He flashed Thales a greasy smile and gently clapped his palms in the air. Hey, Your Highness, don't worry. With your decent looks, when you wear my... He did not manage to finish his words, because Glover had already led the royal guards in the area and unceremoniously dragged Damon and the two apprentices, who were trembling with anxiety, out of the room. Thales then got down from the stool and exhaled dizzily at the ceiling. He felt that the hope in life that had left him far away had crawled back shakily. Scholar Julio coughed softly and drew Thales' attention back to him. But of course, he would not be able to get back the half of the lesson that he had lost. You should be more polite. Thales' mathematics teacher stuck his head out in awe and sized up the gorgeous sample that Master Damon had deliberately forgotten about. I heard that Master Damon's commission for one time is equivalent to 8 months of my salary. Of course, I have no intention of asking for a raise. Temporarily, Thales felt a little helpless. I'm guessing that a gorgeous outfit that can amaze the eyes of a banquet is much easier to be praised than a mathematical technique that calculates the errors of the Holy Pursuit Day every year? The young and promising Julio looked away from his envious, jealous, and hateful gaze. He said pitifully, "I can only agree with that, unfortunately and regretfully." Thales smiled and returned to his desk. "Very good, Your Highness. It seems that you can understand and apply Vice Bishop Leish's concept of the two-dimensional coordinate system very well. So, now, if you calculate two related variables, it should be much more intuitive." Scholar Julio returned to his teaching mode. He held the syllabus in one hand and chalk in the other. He was worried about how he could finish the day's content in half of the lesson. "Yes." Thales looked at the graphs and numbers on the paper and sighed. How astonishing. This mathematical knowledge was actually invented by a traditional and pious theologian hundreds of years ago. Julio's eyes brightened. During the era of Jackal Sumer III, Saint Leisha was not just a theologian. His achievements in mathematics were in no way inferior to his knowledge of divinity and philosophical speculations. And the method you used just now to express the rate of change of numbers using the geometric coordinate system was something he came up with to solve the problem of crowd evacuation after the city's celebration. It was recorded in Arched Sea City's collection of enlightenment. Julio's smile was very excited. At the same time he introduced Saint Leisha, he was happy that the prince was actually interested in this unpopular knowledge that many nobles scoffed at. "I see." Thales could not help but sigh when he thought about the theology lesson a few days ago. Sunset Church, a religion that regards God as the supreme being, actually has such a talent. How interesting. Julio nodded, but his expression immediately froze. He seemed to be hesitating about something. "Your Highness, this might be a little presumptuous, but I know that you have begun your theology lesson." Thales raised his eyebrows. "You know." Scholar Julio shrugged and lowered his voice. "I think that you should, build a good relationship with the church. Sometimes, you might as well ignore some small conflicts of ideals. It can save you a lot of trouble. This is a rare thing." Thales shifted his butt and leaned against the back of his chair. He was very interested. "What do you mean?" Scholar Bonner, who was in charge of the grammar lesson, had an old-fashioned style. He was slow and unhurried, but he often said shocking things that would make even a few Thales speechless. "Your Highness, why you're in such a hurry after class? Are you going to AAA at 8? Gilbert, on the other hand, took up the responsibility of a political lesson and the history lesson. It was supposed to be a cramming lesson on royal pretentiousness, but he was always unable to compete with the foreign affairs minister's personal thoughts on key historical events. The lesson would be long gone, causing the progress of the lesson to be seriously delayed. "Ah, Your Highness, wonderful times always pass too quickly. Why don't you add another lesson today?" Lord Monton, on the other hand, was synonymous with sweating profusely and smiling awkwardly during nature class. The goal of the lesson had long since changed from the grand and majestic, help the king open the eyes of the world and advise the king to see the world, to why don't you guess this question, Your Highness? As for Master Urin's art lesson, Thales always fell into a deep, blurry, sweet, and satisfied sleep under his melodious music and brushes. Hence, he could be considered the kingdom's hero who saved the Duke of Star Lake from dying young due to lack of sleep. However, the mathematics teacher, Julio. Although he was a legitimate scholar, his clumsy speech was a stark contrast to his ingenious calculations. He was straightforward and simple, and his lack of worldly wisdom complemented each other. It always made Thales wonder how he managed to get such a lucrative job that brought him both fame and fortune. Of course, Thales later learned that Julio's father-in-law was once an important figure in the Department of Finance. It was not difficult to explain why the latter could always produce clear financial statements. But if you were to say something like, "I suggest that you build a good relationship with someone," during class, Thales would rather believe that the tailor's measurements just now had not ended. Scholar Julio cast a few glances at the Duke's desk. He looked a little unnatural. So, Your Highness, there is no harm in being on good terms with the Church, especially when they are at the peak of their power, even if it is not to your liking. This way, a lot of difficulties will be easily solved. Thales stared at Julio with an unprecedented and thought-provoking gaze. What about you? Julio's eyes brightened. He raised his finger and waved it at Thales, as if he was presenting a treasure. Then, he pulled out a brass disciplinary chain from his chest. Look, I am a devout believer of Sunset Church, and I am also an honorary priest of Royal Light Academy's theology branch. I often go to the temple to pray, and when I return to the countryside, I often go to the church. Julio's eyes were full of smugness and flaunting. It seemed to be some kind of achievement. I study mathematics in the name of God. Thales snickered. This made Scholar Julio's expression stiffen. He did not know whether to lift or put his hands down. Why? Thales coughed a few times to hide his laughter. Why did you tell me specifically? Julio put down the disciplinary chain and wiped his hands on his clothes. Then, he carefully pointed at Thales' table. You have been holding that book for a few days. You almost made a handprint on the cover. Thales looked down. Pressed under his draft paper was the Sunset Apostles' Acts. The Duke of Star Lake was stunned. A few seconds later, Thales pressed his head and sighed in resignation. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Was it because he was under too much pressure after returning to Constellation? If he were in Northland and in Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales would definitely be cautious enough to change a new book every day so that he would not be easily discovered. Well, he could not say that. After all, Nicholas's intelligence was not to be underestimated. You are a smart child, Your Highness. Julio was a little worried. I mean, not many people can understand so many complicated mathematical problems at your age, not to mention that you just came back from the barbaric Northland. No offense. And people who have such thoughts are usually not satisfied with boring theological preaching and religious preaching. I know, I have experienced it, but, Julio pointed at the wrinkled cover of the ancient religious book. When you want to tear the book to vent your anger, don't let anyone see it. Thales rubbed the handprint on the Apostles' Acts, which was clearly clearer than a few days ago. He was silent for a while. I just read it too seriously. Then you don't have to worry too much. This time, it was Julio's turn to worry about whether he was interfering too much with the prince's life. He lowered his head and said sheepishly, Fortunately, the current era is enlightened. In ancient times, doing this would not end well. Thales snickered. Don't worry. At least, I'm neither too young nor too old. I can be considered a prince. More than 400 years ago, alien star, Herman was also the eldest son and heir of Ascension King, but he was still killed because of blasphemy. Scholar Julio's words came to an abrupt halt. Thales' smile froze. The room became quiet. A few seconds later, Julio realized what he had said. He stared at Thales in horror, then looked around in panic. Your Highness, Thales put on a stern face. Scholar Julio, have we solved this problem? Oh, of course, Your Grace, Your Highness. Why don't we end the lesson? Julio looked like he was about to cry. Thales was silent for a while before he raised his head and smiled. All right. Julio heaved a long sigh of relief. He picked up his teaching materials and tools and left in a fluster. He did not even remember that the disciplinary chain was still hanging outside his clothes. Your Grace, about what I said today, Count Casso, Thales sighed softly. Gilbert won't know. Thank you, Your Highness. Julio left while trembling. Julio's back trembled violently. Thank you as well, Thales said softly. Perhaps he knew that he had said something he should not have. Scholar Julio, who was used to dragging class, was much more considerate than usual. He even ended class half an hour earlier. During the history lesson in the afternoon, before Gilbert rushed over to talk about the political gains and losses of the King of Blades, Thales had a rare moment of free time. Thales sat quietly in the study room. His gaze wandered over the cover of Sunset Apostles' Acts, but he could not get over Julio's words. "Glover, close the door. I want to take a nap." The zombie at the door did not have any extra reaction. He did not ask about Thales' well-being, nor did he make a fuss. He just nodded quietly and closed the door behind him. His voice came from outside the door, giving orders to the guards on duty. Based on this alone, Vanguard Glover was indeed much more competent than Doyle. Low-key and obedient. Silent and cold. Never doing anything unnecessary. Thales thought gloomily. He was probably the type that King Kessel trusted. For some reason, when he thought of this, his heart tightened. If he had to choose, Thales still felt that it would be easier to get along with people like Doyle. Why? Thales sighed. He sized up the empty study room, put away the secret Apostles' Acts, stood up, and walked to the bookshelf behind him. The Duke skillfully pried open the mechanism on one of the baffles and pulled open the bookshelf. He entered the secret room in the study room. Chapter 536. 6 years ago, Gilbert had brought Thales here when he had just returned to the kingdom to avoid a wave of enemies' probing attacks. 6 years later, Thales became the master of Mindy's Hall, and this place was naturally used by him, even though Gilbert believed that as Thales' identity was made public and the royal guards were stationed here, this place would no longer be of use. Thales locked the secret door from the inside and lifted the thick cloth covering the luminous stones. With the dim light, he looked at the small hole that allowed him to monitor all parts of Mindy's Hall. In the antechamber, Mallows was politely sending off the uneasy scholar Julio. Perhaps he would suspect that the restless prince had done something to tease his teacher again. In the corridor, Glover and his companions stood at their posts dutifully. Their expressions were as if they were asking for a favor. In the garden, Commodore and Praca, who had fought against Thales before, patrolled the area while they chatted. Thales lazily named this gathering as the Prince's Personal Punching Bag Exchange. In the scullery, Doyle crouched in a corner, bored and dejected. He bit into a long piece of butter bread and watched the servants bustle about for lunch. Thales then took a deep breath and collapsed on the couch in the secret room. After a few deep breaths, he rubbed the center of his brows with his back against the couch in the darkness around him. He felt a sense of peace that he had not felt for a long time. It was just like the broken cave in the abandoned houses where the child beggars lived. Even though there were air leaks in all directions, it was sturdy and reliable. It protected all the weaknesses that he could not take into account. Thales rested for a while before he sat up again. He lifted the cloth covering the other luminous stones, and the secret room was lit up. The Duke mumbled something and approached a metal plate beside the couch. He touched the few knobs on it. A few seconds later, with the soft sound of gears, Thales pushed open the metal plate that was divided into two sides and opened his personal storage room. The former master of Mindy's Hall should have used this place often, but Thales could imagine that after the bloody year, this place was cleared out by King Kessel, who had ascended to the throne. What entered his sight was a pile of clutter that was disorderly. Thales was stunned as he stared ahead. A few seconds later, Thales took a deep breath and walked to the pitifully empty weapon rack. He looked at the main character, the Empire's sword, Sentinel, which was said to be very expensive. The hilt of the sword was unfamiliar to the touch, but it felt just right. It made people want to draw the sword. If it were not for the fact that he could see its former owner's face and the trouble it brought him every time he held the sword, Thales would have liked this sword even more. As for the banquet in his territory to announce his triumphant return to the kingdom, could it be that there was an opponent that could make him feel fearful and have a headache? Thales lowered his head in a composed manner. The guest list was shockingly long and densely packed. However, the few people at the top of the list, right after His Majesty the King, along with their eye-catching titles and family emblems, entered Thales' line of sight at the same time. Kia Jade Star, Honorable Queen. Val Arund, Master of Cold Castle, Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Bob Dylan, Governor of Splendid Port City, Guardian Duke of the Eastern Sea, Coaster Nanchester, City Lord of Steep Forest City, Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Zayn Covendier, Lord of Jade City, Guardian Duke of South Coast. 3 seconds later, Thales put down the list and put on a bitter face. This banquet, could he not go? Stealing fragrance. Chapter 537. In the training field at night, Thales strode forward, drew his weapon, and swung his sword horizontally. 2 crisp sounds were heard. The 2 pendulums hanging in the air were nimbly flicked aside by him. Thales took the opportunity to move forward. He passed through the gap created by the pendulums and stabbed the person in front of him with his practice sword. Thud. His blunt sword struck the thick wooden shield in the person's hand and let out a dull thud. From the feel of it, the effect was pretty good. But he did not have time. In the narrow vision of the helmet, Thales gritted his teeth, retreated along the path he came from, and retreated quickly. He wanted to return to the starting point unharmed. The creaking sound of the rope swaying could be heard. The pendulum closest to the teenager swung back, and it was getting closer and closer. Thales' nerves were tense. He could only increase the strength of his calves pushing against the ground and try his best to maintain his precarious balance as he retreated. The sin of Hell's river in his body felt nervous. It became restless, but Thales did not care. Whoosh. The pendulum brushed past his shoulder and did not hit him. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. There's only one last thing left, clang. Before he could finish his thought, Thales felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. His helmet was hit by the second pendulum, and it buzzed. What the hell? Thales crouched down in great discomfort, threw away the long sword, and quickly pulled his neck out of the helmet. He rubbed his left ear, which was in great pain, and the ringing in his ears did not go away. In front of him, the middle-aged guard who was training with Thales, Vanguard Vladivostok, who was about 30 years old and always tried his best to hold back his laughter when the prince made a fool of himself. He put down his shield and looked at the commanding officer present. Your steps must be steady. Malos walked forward and patted the lime spots on Vladivostok's shield. He looked at the 2 pendulums that were entangled and could not be separated from each other as they swung back and forth. He seemed to be deep in thought. Your strength must be ruthless, your sword thrust must be accurate, and your movements must be straight. The most important thing is not to be hit by the swinging pendulum. If you fail to do any of these 5 things, your training will not be counted. Malos mercilessly looked away from the prince who was suffering from tinnitus. He knocked on Vladivostok's shield and gestured at Protector Commodore. Again. Commodore walked down the stage and used a brand new shield to exchange for the thick shield in Vladivostok's hands that was covered in limestone spots. With great difficulty, Thales smoothed out his left ear, which was in great pain, and got up in frustration. I don't understand. Why is this training so inflexible? I have to go up and down, I can't swing my sword to parry, I can't bend my body and roll. Just to compete with the speed of 2 swinging pendulums. Thales stared indignantly at the metal pendulum that was swinging back and forth like a swing. Thank God, or, to be politically correct, thank the setting sun, that not long ago, the static stances and confrontational training in his martial arts class had come to an end. But what replaced it was sword practice. Thales looked at the pendulum that was suspended in the air on the wheels that could be moved freely. Over the past few days, from pendulum training to ring training, dodging training, thrust training, there were more than 7 to 8 types of targets, and each type of training had multiple choices with different levels of difficulty. Of course, Thales was also beaten up in new ways every day. He was swung by the swinging pendulum until his helmet became deformed, he was hit by the rotating wheels that spun faster and faster until he foamed at the mouth, he was hit by the sandbags that rained down from the sky until he was covered in dust, and he was dizzy when the targets were called out in a random order, to say something that he would not admit even if he died. He was starting to miss the dead face. Nicholas' training was to destroy one's confidence through endless setbacks. Mallow's training was to wear down one's patience through boring repetitions. In the training field, the royal guards, who were used to this, looked at each other. Logistics officer Praka, who was in charge of the equipment at the side of the field, tactfully handed Thales a cup of water so that he could buy some time to rest. As time passed, the young Duke of Star Lake began to slowly familiarize himself with his Star Lake guards, which consisted of more than 20 people, even though he had to attend classes every day. Among the Vanguard officials, Caleb Glover seemed to be the leader, whether it was due to his family background or his personality. Zombie himself was introverted, reliable, and did not complain, which was a huge contrast from Doyle. He was also deeply trusted by Mallows, and the Watchman entrusted many matters to him. Under Glover's leadership, the 8 Vanguard officials under Duke Thales were all swift and decisive, and they had distinct personalities. The left-handed swordsman Jonvold, whom Thales had fought against before, and Vladivostok, who was now his sparring partner, were among them. The 6-man protector team Wu was the closest to Thales. Unexpectedly, the joking and cynical Danny Doyle was doing very well among them. Who doesn't want to be friends with a rich nouveau riche? Mallows said casually while he was eating. They were like a gang of scoundrels, and they did not hesitate to bully others for the prince. Commodore, who had once sparred with Thales and was promoted from a police officer to a guard, was also one of them. His eyes were murky, but he had an important status. He was one of the distinguished guests that Thales needed to welcome personally. He ruled over the Ford Castle area, which was an important stronghold in the east of Central Territory. He was also a direct vassal of the royal family. He was one of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Among all the important VIPs, he was the first to arrive early. This made Thales, who was in the lounge getting dressed and reciting the banquet procedures and various etiquettes, flustered. He had no choice but to mess up his arrangements and rush out to welcome the Viscount. Viscount Patterson pushed away the 2 nephews who were supporting him with trembling hands, leaned forward, and held Thales' arm firmly. I still remember, 18 years ago, I sat in the Hall of Stars, and watched your father be crowned king. Now. The old Viscount panted. Glover and Doyle stood nervously by the prince's side. Their knees were slightly bent, and their bodies were leaning forward, as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. But Thales felt that this was not to protect him. They were afraid that the old man, who could not even speak, would fall to the ground and die suddenly. The prince was ruthless and merciless at the banquet. As he chatted and laughed, the old vassal was reduced to ashes. Thales maintained his smile and followed the standard royal etiquette that Gines taught him. He held the old Viscount's hand, which was as thin as a chicken's skin, while maintaining his elegance and amiability. He paid attention to the Viscount's balance at all times, and even asked about his health gently. The Viscount was a little hard of hearing, and his nephews had to repeat the prince's words loudly in his ears several times. Just like how a standard Duke of Star Lake should do. I know my own body. Your Highness, I will not be able to live for more than a few years. But it does not matter. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Viscount Patterson's murky eyes. Because, time flies, but constellation remains the same. Thales felt his palm tighten. Viscount Patterson bent down, and with a lot of strength, he pressed his chin heavily against the prince's glove. The kingdom is young. The wrinkled, white-haired Viscount panted and gritted his teeth. It is time. It's just that I've never been good at using swordsmen. I always throw away most of them before I upgrade them tonight. Thales shrugged. Luther did not say anything. He was still panting. I don't have any chess pieces in my hands now. Thales sounded very annoyed. He seemed to be very displeased. But fortunately, I have more interesting new chess pieces. Thales extended his hand to his chest. Glover saw the Duke's actions clearly, and he was instantly shocked. Your Highness, Thales took off the 9-pointed star emblem on his chest and twirled it in front of Luther like he was presenting a treasure. Look, it's embedded with a crystal. It sparkles under the sun. There's a wheel here. When you change the angle, it can reflect different colors. Count, how many colors are there? Luther looked up in a daze. The noblewoman stared at the prince's actions in a daze. She wanted to say something, but she did not. And there's a mechanism here. You can hide some letters or something. If you put it on the chessboard, it might be able to replace a king. Ahem, replace a knight. Thales toyed with the emblem that represented his identity with great interest. He slowly stood up. Luther's gaze followed the prince's emblem as it slowly rose. He stood up subconsciously. Thales suddenly grinned. Do you like it? Take it. Luther stretched out his palm in a daze. But Thales' hand froze halfway. But today, you must listen to your mother, the prince said with a smile. Or I will take it back. Luther only stared at the jade star emblem. He stared with a focused expression. Thales did not know how much he understood. Thales felt a little helpless, but he still placed the emblem in Glover's hand. The latter took the 9-pointed star emblem, lowered her head, and began to study the mechanism and the refraction of light inside. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the focused Luther with a smile. Glover and Doyle, who had been in a battle-ready state, looked at each other at a loss before they returned to their original positions. The young noblewoman inhaled gently and exhaled slowly. She first looked at her son, then at Thales. She smiled sincerely, and there was gratitude in her tone. Your Highness Thales, although I have long heard of you, compared to your intelligence and genius, your kindness and tolerance are more touching. As expected of the master of this hall. The young noblewoman elegantly lifted the hem of her skirt and tilted her head slightly. She looked graceful and charming. Eleanor Barney, greetings to you. Your suffering is over. May you overcome all obstacles and spread your wings to soar. Of course. Thank you, Lady Eleanor. Thales nodded politely, but he could not help but glance at Luther on the other side. Eleanor noticed the prince's gaze and took a deep breath. Luther has not grown up yet. Only then did Thales notice that Eleanor's makeup was good, but it could not hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. But her neck was fair and slender, and her waist was alluring. It had never been bent. Thales suddenly remembered that after Empress Dowager Eleanor's life, which was full of ups and downs, came to an end, her descendants had different opinions about her. Her critics criticized her for her passion for power struggles, her manipulation of the palace, her schemes to monopolize politics, poisoning the people, and persecuting the loyal. Her supporters praised her for being skillful, tenacious, and courageous. She supported the kingdom during the years when Constellation was silent, and she turned the tide. However, the most widely remembered comment by the people was left behind by a nameless bard. It was a comment that shone in the annals of history. I can no longer remember if Eleanor was beautiful, or how graceful she was. I only know that even if there were thousands of iron spikes beneath her feet, she could still walk calmly without a change in expression. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.